welcome to the last policy and regulation show of the year. I'm Jen Sanasi, and joining me today is my co-host, Berkeley lecturer and former SEC special counsel, Hermine Wong. In about 30 minutes from now, the SEC Crypto Task Force Roundtable on Financial Surveillance and Privacy will begin. We're going to hear from Zcash founder Zuko Wilcox, Blockchain Association CEO Summer Mersinger, among many, many more, to unpack a very hot topic this year, privacy. Hermine, I'm so happy to be co-hosting the last show of the year with you. How are you doing? What have you been up to?
Oh my goodness, there is so much going on, and this has been a wild 2025. Jen, you may not remember, but we actually started, I feel like 2025 together in some ways when we were hosting for the inauguration,
Mm-hmm.
and now there is the end of 2025. We predicted a wild ride. I don't think we could have possibly predicted Bitcoin going up to past 120 and then having this fall. We couldn't have predicted the number of different kinds of no action letters. It's been kind of an amazing wild ride, I wouldn't say. This is just perfect cryptoverse land.
It has definitely been a wild ride. I mean, it's actually insane that you say, at the beginning of the year is when we were talking about the inauguration. It feels like way more than a year has passed when we look at all that's happened, especially when we look at all that's happened when it comes to regulation and policy in the United States. What was that? I want to talk to you about what you're watching now, but I mean, I think I know what you're going to say. What was the big moment for you when you reflect on 2025 when it comes to reg and policy?
Oh, well, you know what? Let's combine a couple of issues. You're asking about what I'm watching right now. Recently over the weekend, New York Times came out with an article, and it's an article that is such a surface level view of the crypto ecosystem without context. And the punchline there, for those who haven't read the article, is the New York Times is saying, look, big crypto companies that donated to Trump are having all of their cases dropped by the SEC. And the SEC is playing quid pro quo with campaign contributions. If you're not a company who didn't donate to Trump in some fashion, you're out of luck. And that is, to me, such a superficial and also misleading way of thinking about what's been going on in this crypto ecosystem for a decade, basically. And this is, I think, one of those moments where the worst of the ecosystem, right? A lot of the hype and the shilling that we all hate is combined with some of this campaign disaster, and there's no context for the last 4 years before, where the Democrats weren't doing anything and pushing people towards this extreme position. The reality is that we're still missing that middle part of really great, solid, long standing regulation and policy that really addresses what kind of middle America would want to see.
Well, Hermine, I guess I'm curious to hear more on how you're thinking about that. We have mainstream media who is looking at things maybe surface level, but mainstream media isn't only covering crypto all the time. So sometimes I like to give them the benefit of the doubt. But like you said, the article didn't really give context into what was happening within the crypto industry before this administration. What kind of repercussions do you think a narrative like this will have as we head into 2026, as we head into the midterms?
You know what I have been saying, this is, I love this, like the end of the year crystal ball gazing, is I've been saying that just like at the end of 2022, when we were seeing like crypto could do no wrong. You remember like SBF was just throwing money around and like reshaping what crypto campaigning and corporate campaign donations could look like. And then there was a huge fall. I think that that's what's coming probably in 2026, 2027. We don't know what that's going to look like. However, what we do know is that the crypto ecosystem is much more entwined with the financial system than it was back in 2022. So without actual rules in place right now, we just have at best no action letters from some of these agencies. Without rules in place, that pain that's going to come, I think, is going to be much harder than before. And now to circle back to your question, Jen, about the repercussions, is that we didn't have guardrails back at, before 2025. The crypto ecosystem was saying, please just give us rules. The rules help to distinguish good actors from bad actors. And now we still don't have rules, and we have a much larger ecosystem and much more entrenched with the traditional financial system. I don't know what's going to happen. I think that this is another perfect storm of a bunch of bad stuff where this administration could have put out rules and hasn't yet.
I think we'll probably talk about it a little bit later on with our guest, but when you say no clear rules, I imagine you're talking about the fact that we don't have market structure legislation yet. We have had a lot of progress, but we still are very far from that finish line. Do you think that market structure will be passed within the first half of next year? There are a lot of industry experts who think that that's going to happen. Let's start there.
I I think there's a good chance that if all variables were fixed, like everything stands as it is today, yeah, I think that there's a chance that market structure passes in the next 6 months. But whether or not there's a storm that comes before that, that just like in the late 2022 style, just hijacks the entire conversation, I think I would put even odds on that happening before market structure gets passed.
When you say a storm might come, what do you mean?
Meaning that something really terrible in the market happens. Some of these bad actors, we don't know who they might be, right? But they may have become so big that they end up somehow becoming a contagion in the ecosystem. And then the ecosystem collapses in some bad way. Not completely, like, I don't want to suggest like a huge financial collapse, but I do want to say that there could be something that we end up discovering that is really bad. People were just really high on this market, weren't doing the classic diligence that we would have wanted to see. And as a result, there is some major shock to both the crypto ecosystem and the traditional ecosystem. And that causes people all to put the brakes on future legislation.
All right. Well, I hope that that doesn't happen. On that note, let's bring in our first guest for today's show. We have CoinDesk's managing editor for global policy and regulation, Nick Day, joining us now. Nick, how is it going?
It's going. Good morning. How are you?
We are doing just fine here. We are getting ready to watch the SEC roundtable. I believe this is the last SEC roundtable we're going to have this year. It's all about financial surveillance and privacy. Talk to us a little bit about what you're expecting to see at 1 p.m. Eastern, right after this broadcast.
Yeah, so we've seen a number of these roundtables so far, addressing different parts of the crypto ecosystem and the markets. I think this is going to be another one of those. All the participants lay out the concerns that they're immediately grappling with, either through their work or through research, and just kind of explain their views on how, the SEC in particular, but how just generally the U.S. government could take steps towards providing guardrails, as you were saying, or even just clarify how exactly companies can operate, within the constraints of, actual regulations, assuming we get those. On privacy and surveillance in particular, I know there's been, a lot more concern, I would say, on the criminal investigative side than the civilian side, or the SEC, CFTC side. So I'm curious to see how exactly these concerns are addressed from the civil side, but it should be, I would say, educational for all those involved.
Nick, you may have, I'm sure that you did actually, when Commissioner Peirce issued that she was going to have this particular roundtable, she talked about it as a feature of economic liberty to make sure that the SEC was not just furthering some of the policies to make sure that companies had clarity, but also to protect economic liberty. Can you unpack what you think she meant by protecting economic liberty, which I think is a different flavor of the criminal justice system? It's not quite there.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've been having this conversation about the right to transact, the right to, transact on your own terms, as part of this broader push to make crypto, I would say, more analogous to cash, even if, completely different. But being able to, if you sell me a book and I want to pay you $10 for that book, and I pay you in crypto, um, it would be fine or cool if I was able to do so in a way that, only you and I knew the details of that transaction. Um, as we've seen, that has been let's say, difficult issue for a lot of. I mean, again, going back to the DOJ, we've seen that this has become an issue for a lot of these regulators, where the concerns become, oh, malicious actors can use these tools. We're seeing, we're still in the process of seeing whether or not the DOJ is going to retry Tornado Cash developer Roman Storm for building, a tool that the DOJ alleged was used by North Korea and other malign actors. I think Commissioner Peirce's comments kind of speak to that worldview, though, where, you know, sure, bad actors can use a tool, but that doesn't mean the tool itself is bad. And being able to transact in privacy is something that, we've taken for granted for forever. At no point prior to whatever 1970 something, when the BSA was implemented, um, was this idea that, oh, everyone's going to have a clear idea as to like what you're transacting and how much, and all these things. That's relatively new in the history of this country and generally of payments. So I'm curious to see if what we see as a result of this roundtable kind of speaks to that part of the world. The other thing I would say is um, I'm very, very curious to see the follow up to the roundtable. We've seen a number of these roundtables so far. We have not yet seen a lot of formal rulemaking or, even a statement of, okay, here's what we're interpreting the law to mean based on this, in form of staff statements that we saw earlier this year. So I am very curious to see what the follow up will be on this one.
Hermine, I actually have a question for you off the back of what Nick was just saying. What we were just talking about market structure. The Democrats are pushing for stronger provisions related to surveillance in the current market structure draft. And now we have the SEC having this roundtable engaging industry executives who are focused on surveillance and privacy so that they can make rules. What happens if one happens before the other? If the SEC makes rules when it comes to surveillance and privacy before we have market structure that differs from what ends up in a market structure draft, how do we balance those two things?
First of all, legislation trumps regulation every day of the week. So if market structure ends up addressing something on the nose, the way that the SEC regulation has passed, then the market structure legislation will override whatever that the SEC did. Having said that, we also know from recent administrative law cases that if the legislation doesn't address exactly the way that the SEC approached this issue on the nose, then the SEC regulation will actually probably survive, right? So the good news for industry would be that any clarity that the SEC provides now is going to be a plus for the industry. And then if legislation later on somehow modifies it or increases the burden or decreases the burden or whatever it may do, it will still more likely than not act in some parallel. And you'll probably see a staff statement trying to help us understand the difference or the gap between the two, or how to reconcile the two.
All right, for our audience that's watching at home, if you're just joining us, we are having a little bit of a pregame before the SEC's next roundtable. It's starting at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Our next guest is participating in a panel at that roundtable. So stick around if you want to see him live. He's here with us now, Steve Yelderman, General Counsel at Etherealize. Hello.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Good morning to you. We know that you are getting ready to participate in a panel, so thanks so much for joining us. Just lay a foundation for us here. What are you hoping the agency takes away from the discussions today?
Well, I think it is so great that we are having this roundtable, that we're having this conversation. Having lived on the other side of the era of regulation by enforcement, it's so amazing to see the agency engaging and asking these questions, really digging in to understand the technologies and understand what's at stake for market participants who want to use these technologies to update the financial system. So I think that we're going to hear a lot of people on the panels talking about why privacy is an important civil liberty, why it's a constitutional right, why it's something that's fundamental to our democracy. But I also think it's really important for the SEC and the other agencies present at this panel to understand the economic case for privacy. why privacy is not some oddball value, but it's something on which markets depend to function every day.
Steve, can you unpack that a little bit? One of the things I'd love to hear is how you think about the third-party doctrine. I'm bringing in a classic legal term, so it might be a little helpful to the audience to unpack that too. But you say why the third-party doctrine and the competing value of privacy is actually a real economic value.
Well, so what's interesting is the third-party doctrine, which is a doctrine under our Fourth Amendment case law, which is our constitutional right to privacy, creates what some might call an exception, which is that if you turn over some information to a third party, the idea is that you've given up any right to expect that the government won't also have that information. This has been criticized since it started, and it's been reached recent criticism with many members of the current Supreme Court suggesting we revisit this idea of the third-party doctrine. I will say, though, that the way this interacts with the BSA and our financial regulation is that financial institutions are required to collect certain information about their customers, and then that can sacrifice people's right to privacy in it as against the government. I think it's also important to recognize that the BSA is the Bank Secrecy Act. It actually is a privacy protecting law, and that there's other laws as well that protect people's right to the integrity of their financial records, how that can be shared, how that can be marketed. So the idea that we have privacy in our financial dealings, it's not a new idea. It's not a controversial one. Privacy is protected in law and protected in the Constitution, but it's really at this kind of at the edges of when and how the government has a right to that I think is where kind of the third party doctrine has stepped in and been controversial.
Steve, privacy has been a really hot topic this year. We've seen it in the success of Zcash over the last few months. Talk to us a little bit about why you think it's been top of mind for folks over the last half of this year. What is it about what's going on in this industry that's shining a light on privacy right now?
Well, I think so much of it is that we're really starting to see crypto transactions be a part of people's daily lives. If you just are going to hold Bitcoin in an anonymous wallet and not do anything with it, then maybe you don't need a very sophisticated privacy tool. But as you start to do things like pay your nanny or collect your salary or pay your roommate back in crypto, people are becoming more aware, I think rightly so, about not wanting to have the full details of your transaction, as Nick was saying in his book example a minute ago, fully revealed on the blockchain. I think that's half the story. The other half of the story is the big thing we're really seeing this cycle is institutional adoption happening. Retail users kind of famously tend to undervalue their privacy until it's too late. Financial institutions don't. They know the value of their data and their private information. And so for that kind of blockchain adopter, privacy is not an optional feature or something they'll think about later. It's table stakes. And so I'm not going to say that that's what's been driving the price action on Zcash. That'd be going a little bit far. But I think it's part of the reason why we're really thinking about these issues and trying to get regulatory guidance, because we know that this is a necessary step to fully updating the financial system with the power of blockchains.
Steve, one thing I've been curious about, and we were talking about this before, a lot of the times when we've seen this privacy debate, it's been through the lens of the DOJ and the cases it's brought against, developers of mixers and tools like that. Do you have any expectations for the SEC part of this, or any ideas of how, that might, the results of this roundtable might ripple more broadly through the crypto ecosystem?
Well, I certainly hope it will ripple more broadly through the government. The United States is a bit unique, and among advanced countries, we don't have a single privacy regulator. So these issues touch on the jurisdiction of the Department of Justice, as you mentioned, Treasury, of course, the SEC, and other agencies as well. So I would add the FTC to that. So I think that the SEC is they're an important regulator here for financial institutions, and it's good and appropriate that they're hosting this roundtable. And I'm excited that other participants in this and their audience members are going to be from other agencies as well. And I think we're going to see an interagency dialogue around these issues, establishing why privacy is important. And each agency will need to do its part to provide the kind of regulatory clarity that we're seeking.
Steve, one thing that I'd love to understand a little more from your perspective is you mentioned how institutional players definitely understand the value of the privacy of the financial data that they house. Retail underestimates the value of privacy, probably because they've been conditioned over the BSA, actually, I think, conditioned over time that they are releasing their information, and that is just the way it is to get access to the financial system. It's also the way to do your transactions with Amazon, for example, right? We just accept that that's the way it is. However, when it comes to the Commissioner Peirce's reason for hosting this financial privacy surveillance roundtable, it has to do with economic liberty, which I think of as much more of a individual focused liberty than necessarily an institutional focused liberty. And we also know that 80 to 95% of retail transactions happen off chain, meaning that's with CeFi and not DeFi. So how do you think about trying to get retail to really understand this value that the crypto ecosystem might be able to provide to them that they've lost?
Yeah, well, first of all, I would ask you, what direction is that number moving in terms of the transactions that are happening off chain versus on? I think it's clearly up and to the right, as they say. I don't think that crypto is unique, though, in a new technology that consumers might adopt without fully thinking through the consequences for privacy. And I think that actually crypto can do a lot better. I remember, so much people were disclosing on Facebook when it first came out, without thinking for the repercussions of what, having a permanent public record of certain things might be. I think people learned their lesson with social media. I also remember using Venmo for the first time, and like transactions defaulted to public, which was just like crazy to me that you had to like flip a switch to turn on privacy. And I think that both regulators around the world and also consumers are starting to get more sensitive to this issue. But unfortunately, sometimes technology is complicated, and some companies will hide the lack of privacy under the hood or bury it deep in terms of service. And so I think crypto really has an opportunity to do better this time and to provide privacy by default. I think this is, regulators have their role to play, but I think so do the people building in this space. And I hope that we will see crypto protect users and make it easy to enjoy the privacy that people have a right to and expect without them having to do anything complicated or optional. So that people can, avoid making the mistakes that I think we've made in the first generation of other kinds of technologies.
You talk about builders having privacy top of mind, and I think that's really interesting because when we talk about privacy so much, we talk so much about, people needing to understand how they're giving their data away, people needing to understand what's being taken from them, but Steve, I think it's also up to the builders to build this choice into the products that are coming to market. So talk to us a little bit about how you're thinking about that. What does that future look like that you're building towards at Etherealize and that you think the industry should be taking us towards?
Yeah, I guess so. One other thing on the retail point is, version one social media like Facebook, they had a profit motive to make their things not privacy protecting. They were trying to exploit this for financial gain. It's really kind of perverse, actually. The good thing about crypto is we don't have those kinds of incentives, but I think there's been pressure on builders because of the lack of regulatory clarity and the threat of criminal enforcement has sort of like maybe pushed builders to be more careful about this when they otherwise would have had every incentive to offer users that kind of feature. So I think that if we can get, regulatory guidance on what's allowed and what's not, then industry has more kind of natural incentives to provide what's best for the user, which is super exciting. Etherealize is working with financial institutions to update our financial infrastructure and bring it into the 21st century. As I've said before, these institutions understand that unlike retail, it's not like they think about privacy later. It is top of mind. They know the value of their data. But they also understand the importance of regulatory clarity. We think a lot about protecting developers from the threat of potential trouble with law enforcement. Institutions, as users, want to make sure that a technology is lawful before they adopt it. I think they're much more proactive in thinking about the legality of what they're adopting compared to a retail user who probably will not bear the brunt of enforcement action if they use a privacy tool that the government decides isn't legitimate. And they care a lot about enforcing anti-money laundering and making sure that they're not facilitating illegal transactions. So I think that when it comes to institutional adoption, there's a real desire to work hand in hand with government regulators to get all the benefits of this great technology that we have in our hands, but to do so in a way that is going to be sustainable and legally compliant long term.
And Steve, as you know, at Etherealize, institutions are already here. They're already engaging with the industry in so many different ways. What needs to change? Because I guess one could say, if they're already here, there are already enough solutions for them. So what needs to change?
Yeah, well, there's the happy news, and then there's the part we still need to do. So the great news is, the solutions that Etherealize is building, we can do a lot to update the financial infrastructure that we have in this country to bring it to the 21st century without changing very much. Like, we can sort of take systems that are still using fax machines and wire transfers, put them on chain, and unlock billions of dollars of cost savings every year. And there's a lot more we could do, though. And so this is where things like decentralized privacy, decentralized KYC, other kinds of tokenized tools could unlock a lot more economic value and bring out new use cases. So that's really what we're here to talk to the SEC and other regulators about, is sort of like, how do we move the needle to get like all these new potential benefits, even though there's a lot that are like what I would call low-hanging fruit that don't require like any new regulation.
Steve, this privacy roundtable had been scheduled pre-government shutdown, and then got postponed during our government shutdown crisis that we had. I'd love to know, did you find any new data, or do you have any new thoughts since the time that you would have spoken back at the beginning of October till now, 2 months later, that you would be sharing?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think everything I've seen in the last few months is just that privacy is becoming more and more important. And so I think I would have said this was important in October. I certainly would have been pro-privacy then. But I think that there's so much market signal in terms of the eagerness of financial institutions to update their systems, as well as this retail move towards on-chain privacy. I think is like a really exciting movement that gives new urgency to this conversation. So same message, maybe different urgency than I would have said 2 months ago.
Hermine and I were talking about market structure just a few moments ago. Curious to hear your perspective on that. Speaking of a government shutdown, the government could be shut down again after the end of January. We have midterms coming up. What happens to market structure amongst all of these other things that the government is going to have to focus on in 2026?
Yeah, well, I'm really hopeful. I personally think market structure will get passed in the first half of 2026. What it will look like is the harder question. There's sort of been like back and forth about protection for DeFi developers and sort of what the final form of that is going to take. I think it'll be really, really important for the industry to like finally have some rules of the road, even if there's some things that are left open to future legislation or they need to be filled in through agency rulemaking. Having a framework that is what we can all point to and plan our businesses around will unlock huge economic opportunities. And I always think, I look at stablecoins, like it is amazing when you think about it, how much stablecoins, how much adoption they achieved, without any kind of like real unified legal protection or rule for how this thing was going to work. We've got the Genius Act. We're about to see that category absolutely explode even further. And I think the same thing is true for other kinds of crypto technologies, which is sort of like not really been unregulated, but have had potentially conflicting regulations, some gray area. And once we have rules of the road, I think it's going to be so exciting for the industry to see how we can move forward.
All right, Steve, we are going to have to wrap it there because we are going to get right into the last SEC roundtable of the year, which you are participating in. So thanks so much for joining the broadcast. Hermine, Nick, thanks for joining me. To our audience who's watching at home, thanks so much for tuning in to this pregame. We are going to get to the SEC roundtable now, focusing on privacy and surveillance. It will be starting at 1 p.m. Eastern time and going all the way until 5 p.m. Eastern time. You can watch it on any of CoinDesk's social platforms. Thanks so much for joining. Have a happy new year, and we will see you for our policy and reg show in 2026.
Hubbard, and I'm the Chief of Staff of the Crypto Task Force. Welcome to another Crypto Task Force Roundtable. Today's panelists will be helping us to understand the intersection of distributed ledger technology and financial surveillance and privacy. Public permissionless blockchains facilitate radical transparency. Every transaction is recorded publicly on the distributed ledger, which by default means that any curious member of the public or government can view all transfers of value from one address to another. And although these transactions are pseudonymous, savvy investigators can often draw inferences about who owns what and who's trading with whom. Information that can be of great value to good and bad actors alike. In today's roundtable, we'll be hearing from a number of technologists, entrepreneurs, lawyers, and advocates about how we should think about the balance between transparency and privacy, and between important government interests like national security and criminal deterrence, and fundamental American values like privacy and freedom. Legal and policy discussion of these issues needs to be informed by an understanding of the technological innovations that may help balance these apparently competing interests. Accordingly, some of our panelists will discuss specific technologies, projects, or products that are designed to achieve this balance. Please note the fact that discussion of a specific product or technology by any of our panelists today does not serve as an endorsement by the SEC of the project or the technology or of any affiliate of the project. The Commission does not endorse or sponsor any particular securities, issuers, products, services, professional credentials, firms, or individuals. Today's sessions will be moderated by Yaya Fanusi, who leads global policy engagement and regulatory strategy at the Aleo Network Foundation. Mr. Fanusi has more than 15 years of policy in the private sector across finance, national security, and blockchain innovation. Before joining Aleo, he was Director of Policy for AML and Cyber Risk at the Crypto Council for Innovation, where he still serves as a senior advisor. Before I turn the podium over to our commissioners, I would like to remind everyone that this event is being streamed live and is being covered by multiple media outlets. Accordingly, please be aware that all remarks by Commission officials, participants, and members of our audience will be on the record. In addition, please remember that the participants in today's roundtable speak on their own behalf and that their views do not necessarily reflect the views of the Commission, the Commissioners, or members of the Commission staff. We're ready to begin. Mr. Chairman.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us. And Richard, thanks for your introduction to the conference. Let me first begin by thanking Commissioner Hester Peirce and the entire Crypto Task Force for organizing today's roundtable. I should also like to thank our distinguished group of panelists who are brave enough to come to Washington to provide their thoughts on financial privacy in the 21st century. But before I provide my own thoughts, I must echo what Richard just mentioned, that I must note that the views I express here today are my own as chairman and do not necessarily reflect those of the SEC as an institution or those of the other commissioners. Today's roundtable participants will wrestle with a question that, at its core, is a profoundly American question. Whether people can participate in modern finance without surrendering their privacy, This tension raises important questions. On the one hand, the federal government has an obligation to protect Americans from national security interests and threats, including through measures such as the Bank Secrecy Act, which Treasury and other agencies use to deter illicit finance. On the other hand, being free to conduct one's affairs, including financial affairs, free from government and other surveillance, is a core American value. Crypto has been a forcing function. providing a unique opportunity to consider this question in the context of 21st century technology. Since January, this administration has highlighted the importance of restoring power to individual Americans and entrusting them to manage their own affairs, including when it comes to crypto. For our part, the SEC must confront its own record in balancing investor protection and privacy. The Commission has established tools like the Consolidated Audit Trail, swap data repositories, and Form PF that it asserted were necessary to protect investors, detect fraud, and safeguard our markets. Unfortunately, the federal government's insatiable desire for data has expanded these tools in ways that increasingly put the liberty of American investors at risk and saddle them with costs that too often provide little benefit because the government does not even use all of the information that is submitted. For example, while the Commission created the CAT with a good intention of providing a clearer view of trading across markets, it became a powerful system that moved the SEC closer towards mass surveillance. That is why we have taken steps to scale back some of CAT's most sensitive data elements and to re-examine its scope and its cost. Friedrich von Hayek, in his book, The Fatal Conceit, decried the belief of many in government that the solution to problems is to get enough smart people in a room and then collect enough information that these all-knowing people will somehow forge a perfect solution to the problem at hand based on all of that information. Well, we've seen how poorly, maybe never, that has actually worked in practice. So how right Dr. Hayek was. With the advent of crypto, it's no great leap to imagine a steady migration toward a future where the government and a constellation of intermediaries can peer into almost every dimension of an individual's financial life. While regulators may have a voracious appetite for data, that proclivity is obviously and fundamentally incompatible with the kind of free society that has made America great. Regulators must therefore remain humble and principled as we embrace the opportunities that crypto presents. In the analog era, financial surveillance was naturally constrained by paper records, physical distance, and manual processes. These delays, while inconvenient for the government, naturally limited how much information the Commission could obtain about any American investor. However, these constraints have dramatically diminished in the digital era, which is why today's conversation about crypto and privacy-enhancing technologies is especially important. Public blockchains are more transparent than any legacy financial system ever built. Every movement of value is recorded on a ledger that anyone can inspect. Chain analytics firms are already exceptional at assisting law enforcement with linking on-chain activity to off-chain identities. In other words, pushed in the wrong direction, crypto could become the most powerful financial surveillance architecture ever invented. Indeed, if the instinct of the government is to treat every wallet like a broker, every piece of software as an exchange, every transaction as a reportable event, and every protocol as a convenient surveillance node, then the government will transform this ecosystem into a financial panopticon. At the same time, this technology allows for privacy-preserving tools that the analog world could not provide, such as zero-knowledge proofs, selective disclosure, and wallet designs that allow users to prove compliance without handing over their entire financial history or personal details to intermediaries or to the government. One can imagine systems where a regulated platform can demonstrate that its users have been screened without the ability to retain a permanent person-by-person map of every payment, trade, or donation. These tools will also help our markets to continue to function smoothly as they move on-chain. Complete financial transparency inherent to public blockchains can disincentivize important financial markets activity. For example, many institutions depend on the ability to build positions, test strategies, and provide liquidity without instantly telegraphing that activity to competitors and to predatory traders. If every order, hedge, and portfolio adjustment was suddenly visible in real time, we could invite front-running, copycat behavior, and pile-on dynamics that make it harder, not easier, for firms to manage risk. Market making and underwriting become far less attractive if every inventory balance or client flow is immediately exposed to the marketplace. This technology makes it possible to balance the government's interest in deterring threats to our national security and the American public's interest in privacy. But to best strike this balance, we must make certain that Americans can use these tools without immediately falling under suspicion. Shielding the lawful activity of our citizens from bulk surveillance while still ensuring that our government can perform these essential functions is the best way to protect both national security and our basic civil liberties, while also giving room for innovation to flourish. So the stakes here are high, and the questions before us carry profound and enduring implications. As we begin this roundtable, I am eager to hear more from our panelists about how we as a commission can protect Americans' privacy, as well as how crypto's privacy tools can lessen rather than increase the need for mass financial surveillance. Together, I am confident that we can shape a framework that ensures that neither technological nor financial advancements will come at the expense of personal freedoms. Unfortunately, other obligations are going to prevent me from attending the entire conference, but I'm thrilled to have been here to see you all today. And anyway, I thank you for your time and attendance, and I look forward to a robust discussion ahead and to reading what you all have to say. Thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon, and let me echo the chairman's thank yous to the Crypto Task Force and the many others for organizing today's event, as well as for all of our panelists and participants, both here at the SEC, as well as those watching the live stream. Today's roundtable on financial surveillance and privacy focuses on a topic of fundamental concern to Americans. American history reflects a deep skepticism with regard to government intrusion in the private lives of individuals. Our founders sought to protect this interest in liberty by enacting the Fourth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which safeguards the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects from unreasonable searches and seizures. However, as Justice Antonin Scalia noted in his 2001 majority opinion in Kylo versus United States, quote, "It would be foolish to contend that the degree of privacy secured to citizens by the Fourth Amendment has been entirely unaffected by the advance of technology," unquote. The question, he continued, is what limits are there upon this power of technology to shrink the realm of guaranteed privacy? Technological advances promote financial market efficiency by decreasing transaction speed and increasing personal convenience. Today, individuals can transmit funds to family members and friends via mobile phones, while also employing such technologies for more complex financial transactions, such as protocol staking in crypto assets or storing value in such assets. In addition to offering speed and convenience-related advantages, such technologies can also reduce the need for intermediaries. These attributes raise questions insofar as how the Bank Secrecy Act should be applied or revised. Surveillance by governmental and private entities raises fundamental questions about the nature of individual privacy, as it should. Indiscriminate collection of vast amounts of personal data is inconsistent with a framework that values privacy and financial independence. The sheer scale of individual personal data that can be gathered and aggregated creates a tantalizing opportunity for abuse. This data can reveal sensitive information about financial and personal habits and individual preferences. The rise of new financial technologies means that we must continuously evaluate how to protect privacy and individual freedom for innocent Americans, especially when there will always be criminals and other bad actors that seek to use such technologies to harm others. How does the government balance the need to protect society against those persons while preserving privacy, freedom, and liberty for others? Furthermore, to what extent can financial technologies be used to increase individual privacy? Can tools such as zero-knowledge proofs provide verification tools while enhancing privacy rights? We must strive to promote a financial system that is both innovative and respectful of privacy and individual rights. Effective regulation can strengthen financial markets, promote economic stability by isolating wrongdoing, and protect consumers, while permitting the development of innovation that creates desired services and cost efficiencies. However, we should be mindful of not permitting a regulatory framework that creates an omnipotent financial surveillance system that instills fear of constant monitoring in every American. So thank you again very much for your time, especially coming to DC in this very, very cold, on this very cold day. Thank you for making it through all the ice and snow.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner Ueda for your remarks, and Richard for kicking us off. And thank you all for joining us, whether in person or online. We're excited to be here for our 6th roundtable today. Thank you especially to our moderator, Yaya Fanusi, and the panelists, the fabulous panelists that you'll be hearing from later today. And happy Bill of Rights Day. Last time when I spoke at length about privacy, I told the story of my grandfather in a telephone conversation of his that ended up being not so private. But my other grandfather lived on the other side of the ocean in the northern part of the Netherlands in a province called Friesland. And during the Nazi occupation, a German officer knocked on the door of the house, and he said he wanted his girlfriend to live in that house. So my mother, who was a very young girl at the time, was paraded in front of this German officer, and they said, "Look at this little girl. There are many more runny-nosed children where she came from. Are you sure you want your girlfriend to live in this house?" The officer did not want to do that, which was good because my grandfather, as an opponent of the occupiers, certainly could not have one of them living in his house. So even in less dire times, when the stakes are much lower than they were there, the idea of having an uninvited stranger living in your house, watching everything you do, is completely unthinkable. In this country, people have an expectation of privacy in their homes. The law sets up barriers to make it difficult for government surveillance of people suspected of no wrongdoing. But oddly, similar expectations and protections of privacy do not exist for our financial lives. The lack of privacy in this area of our lives is puzzling. After all, a walk through someone's financial transactions will tell the government, or someone else looking, potentially even more about someone than would a walk through her house. Legal developments, most notably the third-party doctrine and the decades-long cultivation of an anti-financial privacy ethos in our national consciousness has made mass surveillance routine when it comes to our financial system. People assume, often correctly, that the government is watching their financial transactions, and they shrug it off. I have nothing to hide, they say. Our national degradation of financial privacy and the rules that embody it are overdue for a change, and crypto is helping to nudge a reassessment. On the one hand, crypto opens new possibilities for transactions without financial intermediaries that are central to our existing financial surveillance paradigm. Tokenized securities transactions, for example, can occur without the intermediation of a broker. As our personal transactions become increasingly disintermediated, government will receive less information about those transactions from their traditional channels. On the other hand, as has been mentioned, the public blockchains on which many crypto transactions take place are viewable by everyone, which creates a demand for privacy-protecting tools. Accordingly, as crypto usage increases, the public and relevant government agencies need to rethink when and how financial transactions are surveilled. Deep thought about financial surveillance and privacy issues as they relate to cryptocurrencies is not new. Some of our panelists and others like Ian Myers and Matthew Green have been thinking about these issues for many years, but new technological developments are broadening the conversation. Accordingly, the recently passed Genius Act, which regulates centralized stablecoins, directs Treasury to identify innovative or novel methods, techniques, or strategies that regulated financial institutions use or have the potential to use to detect illicit activity such as money laundering involving digital assets. That process is underway. Also in process are efforts to develop tools to enable law-abiding citizens to live private lives and protect themselves from bad actors. Some of them have been mentioned already today, zero-knowledge proofs. Mixers are another example. They enable people to make charitable donations, get paid, lend money to a friend, or engage in other legal transactions without telegraphing them to the world. And decentralized physical infrastructure networks, or DePIN, provide essential services without a central actor who can withhold these services to from disfavored people. At today's roundtable, we'll hear about these and other new technologies designed to protect the privacy of transactions occurring on public blockchains and to streamline compliance. The SEC does not endorse any particular product, of course, but understanding how these technologies work will help inform policymakers as they seek to address the threats that face this nation without undermining our civil liberties. Several themes should guide the government's work. Government should not assume ill intent when people take steps to guard their privacy. Protecting one's privacy should be the norm, not an indicator of criminal intent. Government should resist the temptation to force intermediation for the purpose of creating a regulatory beachhead or facilitating financial surveillance. Relatedly, the government should avoid imposing regulatory obligations, including Bank Secrecy Act obligations, on a software developer who does not have custody of users' assets or the ability to override users' choices. Additionally, government should pursue bad actors who use privacy-protecting tools for nefarious purposes while protecting good actors who develop and publish these tools and the law-abiding citizens who use them to protect themselves from bad actors. I look forward to hearing today from builders and policy professionals as they discuss how we can use new technologies to protect the nation and to preserve the liberties that make this nation so special, including the freedom to live a private life. What better day to have this conversation than today, Bill of Rights Day? Yaya, I'm going to hand it over to you and to the rest of the panelists, and we look forward to the discussions. Thank you.
All right, we're going to have our speakers come on up. Happy Bill of Rights Day, everyone. And a lot has been said, and as everyone gets set up, we're going to give everyone up here a chance to speak. And just so you know, everyone here is involved in innovation, I think what the speakers this morning showed us is that technology is shaping us, but as policymakers, there's the need to make sure we can shape the technology so that we're not totally, we don't get shaped in a way that takes us from our principles. So what I'm going to do is I'll introduce each individual speaker and give them the opportunity to speak. I'm going to start with Jill Gunter. And Jill is co-founder of Espresso Systems. She's building the tools to make digital assets adoption mainstream. And she's conducted research on cryptocurrency adoption in the context of financial repression with the University of Oxford and beyond. And she previously traded Latin American debt and derivatives at Goldman Sachs. So Jill, I know you're going to come up and speak to us. We look forward to it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, SEC staff members, my fellow industry representatives, and of course, all others in attendance and tuned in for the opportunity to talk to you today about what I think is one of the greatest opportunities that stands before us to improve how we safeguard our values, our liberties, our financial system, and I would say even our country. My name is Jill Gunter. I've worked in the cryptocurrency and digital assets industry for the last 10 years as a researcher and an entrepreneur. I founded and currently run a company called Espresso Systems that builds the tools needed to migrate mainstream financial services onto more efficient, safer, and global blockchain rails. I've built privacy tools for end users and institutions, and I've also been a user and a beneficiary of Onchain privacy tools in my own activities. Last week, as I was writing this speech, actually, I had a new experience with privacy tools. I was subject to a hack of one of my cryptocurrency wallets. I watched as thousands of dollars worth of stablecoins were drained out of that wallet into a privacy product. I've been in the industry for 10 years and I've never been hacked before. There was a vulnerability in a smart contract that I had allowed to have access to my wallet months prior, and it was exploited to move funds without my consent, ultimately moving them into a privacy protocol to prevent my ability to further trace their movements. I honestly wondered if I should share this with this group today, but I think it's very important to begin by acknowledging that the broad category of privacy tools can and are frequently abused. Yet, I hope that you are convinced today that privacy is worth defending, that privacy is a pragmatic need, and that blockchain rails can support privacy products, and indeed are today supporting privacy products that do a better job of meeting compliance needs and protecting users than those products and systems that have existed in the financial system to date. Indeed, the fact that this next generation of products and services can meet compliance goals with less data collection and therefore less exposure of that data is, I would argue, the most compelling reason to adopt blockchains and to migrate the financial system towards digital assets. So I want to start with the notion that privacy, and particularly financial privacy, is worth defending. We have never lived in a world without cash or coins, if you go back far enough. Cash is a great product. Cash is an anonymous, bearer asset that's transacted peer-to-peer and therefore naturally protects the privacy of the user. But of course, cash is being phased out. More than ever, our lives are lived online, meaning an unprecedented amount of data is being collected on us, and particularly with the advent of consumer AI, is being made both legible and actionable to all kinds of entities. We don't need to jump straight to George Orwell to understand why we might want peer-to-peer private payments. We can look to reality in countries like China, which have implemented financial and social credit scoring based in part on the transaction histories of individuals. We can look also to countries with capital controls, places like Venezuela, where it's well-documented phenomenon that these policies, like capital controls, have outsized harm on the average person. In these places, the elite, the well-connected, the important institutions in those societies, they always have the means, and have for a long time had the means, of tunneling around policies like capital controls. Meanwhile, the average student, mother, small business owner is trapped in a broken system and an inflating currency. And cryptocurrency in the form of Bitcoin or stablecoins has for some time served as an important reprieve for these people. It's offered an escape hatch accessible to anyone with an internet connection, not just those personally well-connected in the oft-corrupt banking or government sectors in these regimes. The success of cryptocurrencies in securing civil liberties and as a mechanism for protecting civilians and humanitarian access is manifest not just in Venezuela, but amongst protesters in Canada who were shut off from their own financial accounts, to aid workers in Ukraine who initially struggled to raise resources in the fog of war, but ended up raising over $200 million of cryptocurrency in a matter of weeks to support their movement. Yet wherever there has been this success, I have found through my research that there has also been anxiety about the transparency of the blockchain technology that underpins it. Fortunately, for those whose lives, quite literally in some cases, have depended on it, privacy tools for digital assets have been live for the last decade and are only continuing to proliferate. But privacy is not just a moral imperative. It's not solely useful for the protection of civil liberties or as a dissident technology. Privacy is also, as we know, a practical requirement for the functioning of any financial system. You can see this at the individual level as well as at the institutional level. As was mentioned, I started my career as a bond trader on Wall Street, and there I saw firsthand the degree to which our financial system runs on trusted intermediaries. In so many areas of finance, we depend on middlemen to facilitate transactions and trades. And these middlemen become privy to all kinds of data, and they're not always equipped or incentivized to protect that data appropriately. Now, blockchains, of course, obviate middlemen in digital transactions, removing brokers by allowing counterparties to interact directly, and reducing clearing and settlement processes to computer programs that are run by nodes around the world. But blockchains not only do this, but they also enable new classes of technology that can support fresh paradigms around dynamics of identity and data disclosure. Through state-of-the-art implementations of cryptographic tools like zero-knowledge proofs and multi-party computation, we can prove all manner of things about ourselves, our institutions, or our portfolios without handing over credentials. We can prove that we are over the age of 21, according to our state-issued passport, without ever showing that passport itself. On a bigger scale, a bank can prove to the world that it meets its reserve requirements without publicly disclosing the details of its audit. A trading counterparty can prove that they aren't creating wrong-way risk exposure without revealing the identity of the institution. A fund manager can prove in real time that the assets in its portfolio meet the fund's mandate without compromising their competitive edge and disclosing the precise securities that it holds. Now, the only dynamics holding us back from this future are, number one, getting the world's assets onto these digital rails, which is happening at an accelerating pace, and number two, the embrace of this technology by our global systems of governance, including policymakers. I recall when I first started working on Wall Street, it was a few years after the 2008 financial crisis, and I heard from my colleagues that at all of the major banks, they were still sifting through the legacy counterparty exposure that they had to Lehman Brothers. I was blown away at the time by the challenges that existed in calculating this counterparty risk accurately in real time. The bottleneck was partly technological, with each institution running its own database with largely manual, human-led end-of-day reconciliation processes. But it was also partly due to the incentives of the institutions to maintain privacy over proprietary strategies and positions. Blockchains have exhibited no such issues. For all of the price volatility that blockchains have borne witness to over the last decade, liquidations in the decentralized financial sphere have consistently been orderly due to the fact that the risk in the system can be witnessed in real time and dealt with in real time. I want to emphasize that this does not change when you introduce privacy tools into these systems. Even when identities or amounts or assets are obfuscated, encrypted computation and zero-knowledge proofs give us the tools to still support real-time audits. The privacy products pioneered by the cryptocurrency and digital asset space provide us with the tools to solve all sorts of large-scale problems that have long plagued the global economy. My company, Espresso, invented and piloted a privacy product that allows for selective disclosure of information, configurable by the asset issuer. You'll hear in a moment from the founder of Zcash, the project that invented the very notion of on-chain privacy a decade ago and has driven much of the product innovation in the space. Other projects like Aztec and World and Self Protocol are driving real-world adoption of verifiable digital identity with ever-increasing importance in a world rife with data breaches and with bots. Oxbow, with its privacy pools product, has developed a pragmatic approach to offer on-chain privacy to legitimate users while excluding illicit actors, like whoever hacked my account. I could go on, but I'll cede my time to let the other builders in the room speak for themselves. I have been a builder and a user of privacy products in crypto. As of last week, you could also say that I've been a victim of a bad actor who made off with my funds behind the shield of a privacy protocol. And yet, I feel more conviction than ever that the great work being done by the founders, inventors, and advocates that we're surrounded by today will protect users, enable fair financial markets, and meet risk management goals better than we do today, both within crypto and in the context of the broader global economy. Thank you.
Jill, before you go, I just right before you go back to your seat, just real quick, we don't have a lot of time, but I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, because I think a lot of people will be wondering about this experience. Thank you for sharing what happened to you. Any advice, what is the lesson that you would share for those who are either in this space or considering and exploring this space? What advice do you have so that they can mitigate that risk of an exploit that you dealt with last week?
Yeah, thank you. And I want to emphasize, I mean, I have been working in this industry for a decade and never been hacked. So I wish the same for everyone here. I think that, if you are looking to get into the cryptocurrency space as a user, I think that the reality is that a lot of the products that have been built to date have been built with the notion of self-sovereignty in mind. So replicating cash. And just the same way that you have to be very diligent with your security if you're carrying cash around, perhaps, in fact, I should not have had that much digital cash in that wallet at that moment. You have to have that same level of vigilance. Self-sovereignty is expensive from a security perspective, but it's nonetheless deeply, deeply valuable. I would say for builders in this space, I have been, even just in the last 72 hours or so since this experience happened to me, I've been blown away by the receptivity of my fellow entrepreneurs and builders and developers in this space. I have actually been in touch directly with some of the folks who have built the privacy protocol into which my funds disappeared. They do have some safeguards. If I had caught this within 24 hours, they would have been able to actually halt the transaction. I was not so lucky this time. But I'm talking to them about, okay, what is the appropriate sort of duration of time that we should be able to have those types of buffers and safeguards in place. And so that's something that I really want to emphasize, is that I think that across the board, entrepreneurs in this space are very receptive to that kind of feedback.
Thank you, Jill. Next, we'll bring up Zuko Wilcox, who, as Jill mentioned, is one of the co-founders of Zcash and also the chief product officer at Shielded Labs. And from here on out, we will have slides. Our speakers will be speaking to slides, so you can see that on the screen. Zuko, take it away. You've got a few minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Well, thank you all for being here in person and online. I'm Zuko. I've worked for about 30 plus years in the field of computer security, and I think of privacy as just one aspect of computer security. And I prepared some slides mostly to show you how Zcash works. But first, a message from my mom. So my mom called me a couple days ago. She was real excited that she heard I was going to come talk here. And she said, I want you to tell them the following. And so I wrote it down. Now, my mom is 77 years old. She was born in 1948 on a small family farm in New Mexico. And she spent her whole life teaching grade school children and middle school children and me, my brothers. And now she's teaching her grandchildren. So we should listen to her, okay? Here's what my mom says. Number one, mass surveillance makes us a guinea pig. This hasn't ever been done before. Number two, not all amendments affect everyone, but the Fourth Amendment affects everyone who has a computer and a phone. And then she said, the Constitution guarantees us freedom against unreasonable search and seizure, but now it is happening and there isn't even a judge who signs off on it, and it is wrong. My mom.
Mama Zuko, she's coming through.
Okay, so I'm really glad to be here. The first thing I got to get out of the way is that so Zcash. Okay, first I got to tell you what Zcash is. Zcash is like Bitcoin, which is an open, decentralized, open source system. Anyone in the world can run the software on their computer. And when they do, their computer becomes part of the Zcash network. No one can stop them. They don't need permission from anyone. And Zcash is like Signal with the end-to-end encryption. You guys know how Signal works? I'm going to assume everyone knows how Signal works. It's end-to-end encrypted. So if someone sends you a message to your phone, then only their phone and your phone are the only copies of that message that anyone can see, thanks to end-to-end encryption. So Zcash is a combination of Bitcoin open network and Signal end-to-end encryption. And and the other fact about Zcash is there's only 21 million Zcash coins, just like there's only 21 million Bitcoins. Now, we created Zcash 10 years ago at this point. Along the way, we had to productionize this technology called zero-knowledge proofs, which I think every speaker has mentioned so far. We took it from being a theoretical computer science idea to being a like industrial-grade product that you could rely on. And then, a few years ago, under the former chairman Gensler, we received a subpoena saying my then company and I personally were being investigated for fraud. And I was angry about that, and I'm still angry about it because it was unjust, and it was an insult to my character. And doing that, well, I called this person I respect and trust who probably knows everyone and everything in the crypto industry. And this person told me, I think every crypto company in America has received that same subpoena. And he said, I actually suspect that their motivation is just to bleed innocent American crypto companies with legal fees. So that's another reason I'm angry about it, is that it was not protecting, it was harming Americans by that. So at great expense for our tiny company, we answered, sent them all of the information that their subpoena requested, and then we never heard back. Until now, when the new SEC has invited me to explain Zcash to you, so I'm grateful. I'm grateful to that. I'm grateful to them for inviting me here for this. Okay, so in 30 plus years of working on computer security, I've come up with one simple thing I want to tell you today. It's not about privacy. Privacy is sharing less information. And that's good sometimes for some purposes. And this is not, the most important thing isn't transparency. Transparency is sharing more information, and that's good sometimes for some purposes. What I think is the most important thing that this new technology brings up is agency. It's who chooses what gets shared and what doesn't get shared. Who chooses? And that's the number one thing I hope you take away is in every other, someone's advocating for a policy or they're pitching a product. I want you to think to yourself, in this policy, in this product, who chooses? That's the most important question. Okay, now for the meat of my talk. How to Zcash. There is this wallet that is not made by me or my company. The people who make this wallet have nothing to do with me or my company. It's just that it's the easiest wallet to use to experience for yourself how the technology works. It is so easy that if you open the App Store right now, you can probably keep up with me in real time and get this installed before my talk ends in 4 minutes. So you open up the App Store and you see that little button where you download. Okay, you click that and it'll look like this. This is called Zashi. I can see one person doing it. Keep going. And then you click, it says either restore existing wallet or create a new wallet. So you click create a new wallet and it says you have 0 Zcash. Okay. Then you click the receive button and then you click the QR code button. Okay, you don't have to do this part yet. Just once you get it installed and create a new wallet, then you're good. And then hit me up during the break and I'll send you 1,000th of a Zcash. Or if that violates some kind of ethics rule, I'll send you 0 Zcash. Because I'll show you, Zcash doesn't just involve end-to-end encryption of the transactions and the transaction information. You can also include a memo with the, it's like when we used to have checks and you would write the memo, the purpose of the check in the corner. So it's like that. You can send a little message with your transaction. So if you want, I'll send you 0 Zcash with a message just so you can see how it works. Anyway, when you click the QR code, it just pops up this, and that's all. Now, you show your phone to me or to any other Zcasher, and they scan it, and then you'll see this. See, it says, hi, welcome to Zcash-Zuko. See, there's a message that comes with it, right? And now at this point, you have 0.001 Zcash in your phone, and this is the most high agency money you can have because it's purely digital, it works over the internet, and because of the question of who chooses, right? This 0.001 Zcash, no one in the world other than you with your phone, see this button that says send? No one else can push that button but you, right? So what is done with this money at this point is your and your alone moral responsibility. And the unique thing about Zcash that we had to do all this computer science years ago is that history, see it says you receive 0.001 Zcash earlier today, the history of incoming and outgoing transactions. Who chooses how this information is shared? Who gets to see your history of transactions? Do you want to show it to your accountant or to your mom or to your friend or to proper subpoena or search warrant or something? Who chooses all that? Just like with the pay button, there is no one else in the world that can click the share button. Anyone who is just you, who owns and controls your phone, is the only answer currently in Zcash to the question of who chooses. That's it. That wallet was made by someone else. They deserve all the credit. This is me. And don't forget, think about everything from that perspective. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Zuko. And I have a question for you as you head back to your seat. So Does Mama Zuko use Zcash?
Oh yeah.
Yeah? All right.
Oh yeah, all the time. She's a pro.
All right. Okay. Good. Not far from
You can buy burritos from Chipotle with Zcash.
Okay.
She takes me out for lunch.
All right.
Thank you. So next on continuing our speaker here, we have Co. Co is CEO of the Aleo Network.
Next we have Co. Co is CEO of the Aleo Network Foundation and previously served as head of special projects and business development at MobileCoin. He has served honorably in the U.S. Navy and is presently in the U.S. Naval Reserves. Take it away, Co.
Test us. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, SEC, for having us out here. Like Yaya mentioned, my name is Co, and I'm the CEO of the Aleo Network Foundation. Today, I'm going to discuss what we call smart money and smart privacy. To frame this discussion, I want to distinguish between two types of blockchains. We have open blockchains and closed blockchains. Other ways you might hear them described are permissionless blockchains and permissioned, decentralized or centralized. At a high level, the easiest way to think about this is to think about the difference between the internet or intranets. Open blockchains or decentralized blockchains, actually I'm gonna start with closed blockchains. Closed blockchains and permission blockchains are like corporate intranets. They require you to, someone needs to allow you to join them, and they're walled off from the rest of the world. Also, innovation is limited to whatever the owner of that network allows for. Open blockchains or decentralized blockchains are much more akin to the open web. Anyone with an internet connection, that, like the commissioner previously mentioned, is able to access and participate in those networks. For the purposes of this discussion, we're going to be focused on open, decentralized blockchains because we believe those are the optimal blockchains or the optimal paths to build a truly global financial network. Within the open blockchain ecosystems, we've seen an evolution across two axes. On one axis, we have programmability, and the other axis, we have privacy. At the top left, we have Bitcoin, which is not programmable and fully exposed. Every single transaction that's ever occurred on the Bitcoin network is publicly visible on a ledger for everyone to see. Right below Bitcoin, we have Zcash, which is what Zuko just demoed. Zcash is encrypted Bitcoin. At the top right, we have Ethereum. Ethereum is Bitcoin, but they added smart contracts. Ethereum is programmable. What does that mean? It means that Ethereum allows for counterparties to send tokens back and forth just like Bitcoin, but you can do much more than just send tokens. You can do swaps, you can trade, you can lend assets, you can take loans, you can issue new assets, real-world assets. You can issue tokenized equities. Programmable blockchains like Ethereum enabled something what we call decentralized finance, or DeFi. And most importantly, they led to the rise of stablecoins. But Ethereum still has one issue. It's not private. Ethereum is essentially Twitter for your bank account. And that's where Aleo comes in. Aleo takes the decentralization of Bitcoin, the programmability of Ethereum, and the privacy of Zcash, and combines them into a single, open, decentralized blockchain. And as a matter of fact, the same researchers who laid out the groundwork for Zcash, two of whom I think are here, Ian Myers and Matt Green, they're the same researchers that assisted in the development and research for Aleo. After they launched Zcash, they realized that privacy without programmability was going to be insufficient for 21st century finance. And so Aleo is an answer to that solution, or to that problem. All right, so why does privacy matter? Why do we care about privacy when it comes to blockchains? In the early days of the internet, everything ran on HTTP. You couldn't conduct business on the internet because it was insecure. If you tried to enter credit card information on HTTP, anyone online would be able to see that information and potentially steal that information. Then we saw SSL and TLS come on the scene, which enabled HTTPS. And HTTPS unlocked e-commerce. Suddenly, you were able to do things like online banking in a secure capacity. It gave birth to the tech giants that we know today and enabled the modern internet economy. Because these innovations were fostered in the United States, the internet, HTTPS is what I'm referring to, American companies, American citizens, and America as a whole benefited the most from this tremendous amount of value that was created. And we find ourselves at a similar juncture right now in terms of Web3 and crypto. We're at the cusp of that same transition of going from the HTTP world of crypto, where everything is exposed and transparent, to privacy-preserving blockchains, or what we call internally as the HTTPS of crypto. You can think of Aleo as an HTTPS layer for blockchains. And if we want the next generation of tech giants to be founded here in the United States, we need to make sure that we're creating or supporting regulation or policies that enable innovation like HTTPS to flourish and not suffocate. Need some water, Paul? All right. All right, this was kind of covered a little bit earlier, so I'm going to kind of breeze through this, but this is real on-chain data. We're going to do a little bit of a deep dive for people who are less familiar with how blockchains work. We had one of our employees, we'll call her Maya Collins, conduct real transactions last week on-chain. And because she conducted these transactions on an exposed blockchain, it's one of the prominent blockchains out there, we can see, trace, and track all of her on-chain activity, past, present, and future. You can see when her wallet was funded, what she did with the funds from her wallet, like she bought some Bitcoin, she bought some coffee at a crypto cafe. We can also see what her balance is today. And like I said, this is a real wallet address. You can verify all this data on-chain yourself. Every detail of her on-chain activity, sender, receiver, amount, time, is recorded and exposed for everyone to see permanently. This level of exposure is unacceptable, I think, for most businesses. No global company that I know of is going to conduct payroll or move supply chain data onto a ledger that anyone, including their competitors, will be able to see and analyze at any given point in time when it comes to financial activity. Yet this is how most blockchains work. Let's take a quick look of these same transactions on a privacy-preserving blockchain like Zcash or Aleo. These same transactions occur, but they're private. You still get the same benefits of participating on an open, decentralized network, but the details of your financial activity are encrypted. And I think this is what we expect in the modern day in terms of finance. So now we have to address the elephant in the room. And originally there's supposed to be an elephant on this slide. But I know we have a bunch of folks from different agencies in this room that are wondering, if transactions on a blockchain are encrypted, how do you conduct risk mitigation? And the answer lies in what we call smart privacy. Smart contracts, programmability, on privacy-preserving blockchains allow businesses and companies to construct policies that are enforceable on-chain so that they can meet their specific risk mitigation requirements. For example, Paxos and Circle, two major stablecoin issuers, who, by the way, recently announced that they're going to be supporting some of the first privacy-preserving stablecoins, or ZK stablecoins, on Aleo. Companies like that need to meet specific requirements in order to operate in the United States. They can define these requirements via smart contracts and programmatically enforce them. They can implement things like identity checks, verified credentials, selected disclosures, or they can even program stablecoins to have a certain cooling off period. Because everything is programmable, the sky is the limit. They can pick and choose the specific tools that they need in order to meet their unique requirements when it comes to risk mitigation. And this is important because risk mitigation is not one size fits all. Things like risk mitigation vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. What might be required in the United States will be different from Europe versus LATAM or Africa, the Middle East, Asia. But what smart privacy enables is flexibility. It allows for builders, companies, and businesses to come up with acute solutions without breaking the main benefits of participating on an open global network. I think Nikhil and Wayne are actually going to go a little bit deeper into some of the risk mitigation that occurs on-chain, so I'll let them do that during their presentations. But in closing here, smart money and smart privacy on open, decentralized blockchains unlock the next generation of payments and commerce. We know that a form of privacy is inevitable. The question is, which one do we adopt and how do we get there? Are we going to force finance into closed permission systems, walled gardens that are going to be run by corporations or foreign entities? Or are we going to embrace open systems that embody economic or American ideals like freedom and innovation? The US is in a unique position to lead here. But if regulation or policies are overly constrictive or narrow, builders, companies, and businesses are going to move offshore, and we'll miss out on Web3. And with that, we'll miss out on all the innovation and value creation that occurs. But I'm optimistic. That's why I'm here engaging. Thank you very much for the SEC for having us. And I think actually, just for anyone who's here, we have a happy hour at the end of all of this, just so you guys know that some of the panelists co-sponsored. If you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out. Meet us there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ko. And as you go back, before you sit down, you said something. You said the U.S. is in the position or a position to lead. Break that down for us. Why?
Because all the tech talent of the world is still, the center of gravity is the United States. Period. The end, right? The US leads innovation on multiple different tech industries, including crypto.
Thank you. Thanks, Ko. Next, coming up will be Simon Latorte. Simon is head of strategic initiatives at Digital Asset, the creators of the Canton Network. And he was previously head of financial engineering and digital at Société Générale. Simon, take it away.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, SEC Chairman and Commissioners, for inviting us today. Today's topic is really interesting to me. Privacy and regulatory supervision in a blockchain world. I spent most of my career trading derivatives for a bank. So privacy and regulatory compliance is kind of a second nature. But I spent the past few years building blockchain technology, where the best known blockchain is Bitcoin. And Bitcoin is fully transparent. There's no privacy. And censorship resistance. There's very limited regulatory oversight. So the question is, how do you reconcile privacy and regulatory supervision with blockchain technology? And I'll speak about that today in 3 parts. First, why privacy and regulatory supervision matter. Second, I'll detail how some blockchain models are designed for censorship resistance and some other are designed for privacy. And I'll finish giving a highlight of where we stand in terms of adoption of blockchain in the financial markets. So first, why does it matter? It's been, I think, well covered already. So similarly to retail use cases or commerce use cases, I'll take a use case that is more familiar to my knowledge, asset management. And I think Commissioner Peirce mentioned it. If you're an asset manager and all your trades are public, it's quite easy for someone to clone the strategy and then take all the alpha that you generate. So clearly, if you think about it, treasurer, asset manager, banks expect privacy when they trade, when they run their businesses. Now, what about regulatory supervision? If everything's encrypted and no one is able to analyze trade, how could we prevent bad behavior such as, let's say, front running or insider trading? So the question is, how can blockchain technology provide both the privacy and at the same time allow for proper supervision and monitoring? So I'll detail some blockchain models I think we need to go slightly deeper in the tech stack, like Co mentioned, to better understand how this can be done. I'll give an overview of two blockchain models, one open, fully replicated model, and one open segmented model. The first one is here. It's where the data is fully replicated. It's what underpins Bitcoin or Ethereum. So let's have a look. You have a user that creates a transaction, and that transaction, that smart contract, is replicated on all the nodes in the network. The main benefits of that, in my opinion, is that it becomes censorship resistant. Let's say some nodes are taken down, and you may remember that China at some point banned Bitcoin mining, for instance. The fact that some nodes are taken down doesn't impact the overall system. It's resistant to censorship. So this is, I think, a very smart use of smart contract technology to create, I would call that digital gold or Bitcoin, a currency that is not linked to any government. And I think it's a great example of use of the technology. If you think about it, if you're old enough to remember Napster and think about the digital music industry, Bitcoin is like Napster or BitTorrent. You have peer-to-peer music, you copy the music everywhere, and the music sharing system cannot be shut down by authorities. And I think it's a very similar application here. The currency system cannot be shut down. Now I'll go over a second class of protocol that can provide privacy on blockchain. And it's kind of an alternative to zero-knowledge proof. This class of protocol segments the data instead of replicating the data everywhere. So if we stay on the MP3 music analogy, this is more like your Spotify or Netflix. You stream a given song or a given financial transaction to specific computers or specific entities. You don't replicate the transaction everywhere. So here we can have party A on the top left trading with party B on the top right. The smart contract is created, the data is encrypted and routed through a set of entities to the counterparties that are involved. So here just party A of party B, but you can imagine that the custodians of that asset manager could be involved. Potentially the regulator could be involved and receive some part of the transactions. That has a main benefit. Of course, the first is privacy. Only the entities involved in a given transaction are aware of the details of the transaction. It also provides the ability to properly supervise. As I said, some subset of the data could be sent to the relevant supervising entity. So if it's a US security, it would go to the SEC. If it's a European security, it would go to the European regulation. There will be no full transmission of the entire data to like an omniscient database. And a side benefit is scalability, which is important when we're talking about institutional financial markets. With this data segmentation, it's easy to parallel process transaction. You can imagine that entity C would trade with entity D at the bottom at the same time as A and B would be trading. This is not really possible in the fully replicated model when you need to wait the entire network to have reached consensus to process the next transaction. So the scalability in terms of parallel processing is pretty strong with that model. And in addition, in terms of data storage, if you think that you have to store all the transactions everywhere, this becomes a very challenging data storage topic. Imagine that you have the Netflix catalog of movies on everybody's computer. That doesn't really work. And to continue kind of demystifying the technology and how do you provide blockchain with privacy, I'm giving here an example of how a smart contract looks like when you implement privacy. The top part are the terms and conditions. So you have the name of the asset called asset. You have who's involved, the issuer. You have some identifier, let's say a QSIP and ISIN, maybe the coupon rate of that bond. So that's the top part, description. The middle part is kind of who signs, who observe. Think about DocuSign. It's the people who sign the contract and the people who receive the copy of the contract. So you define here who are the parties that are able to act on the contract. And the bottom part is kind of the life cycle. What action can be done on that asset? Here you can see a transfer action is possible. So you can transfer the asset, and you define who can do it. Who controls that transfer? The controller is called the owner. So whoever owns that asset at that time is able to transfer that asset. And who's informed? Maybe the regulator is an observer and can receive a copy of the trade details or a subset of the trade details. So I'm sharing these fairly technical trade details to show that migrating to blockchain with privacy is not that difficult. It doesn't need a complete bing bang on the industry. The smart contracts are very similar to term sheets. The privacy can be maintained so that the asset manager, the treasurer of a corporation, and the regulator can be informed of their trade and only their own trade, or the regulator is informed of the trade that are under their scope. And so to recap, if we look at the two models I presented, the first one is really strong when you do full replication, when you have a censorship resistance need. And when you're fine with having full transparency. The fully replicated model is perfect when you're creating digital gold or Bitcoin. It's kind of the Napster analogy I made earlier. The second one, where the data is segmented, is really well suited when you need privacy and a granular supervision of who can see what, where the data is stored. That segmented model, in that case, in my opinion, is more appropriate. Now I'm going on to the section of where do we stand in terms of adoption of blockchain, specifically for regulated assets. So if we take the big picture of the crypto industry, you have like 3 trillion of crypto assets. The biggest part is Bitcoin, ETH, who are like censorship-resistant currencies. Then you have a subset of stable coins, probably 300 billion of stable coins that we discussed before. But if you look at the securities, the treasuries, the bonds, the funds, you see that the top 4 chains, 3 of them are privacy-enabled chains: Canton, Provenance, and ZK Sync. And I think it's not a surprise. For assets that are regulated, privacy matters, and these are the chains that so far have been able to tokenize these assets. So to conclude, when it comes to institutional use cases, I'm really convinced that the broader adoption requires a blockchain that provides both privacy and also is able to allow regulators to prevent abuse, such as front-running and insider trading. I think that the fully replicated blockchain model, the Napster model, is great for censorship-resistant use cases, like BTC or Zcash. But I think for regulated markets, such as US securities, the segmented model, the Spotify approach, is better suited because it can provide privacy and also the compliance that is required. And so consequently, the blockchain that so far have been able to provide privacy are the ones that are starting to be adopted. But as we saw, like these few hundred billions is still a small fraction of the trillions that are traded every day in the market. And so we still have a very long journey ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Simon. I think what we're going to do is we want to make sure we have time for Q&A, so I won't keep asking questions. Unless the audience has a question now for a speaker, you can ask. But what we'll do is from here on out, we will have questions. We'll have Q&A at the end. So I'm going to move us right on to our next presenter, Nikhil Raghuvira. And Nikhil is co-founder and CEO of Predicate, a blockchain infrastructure company built for programmable policy enforcement, and a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Geoeconomic Center. Nikhil, it's on you.
Thank you. All right. Looks like everyone can hear me. Hey, everyone. Nice to meet you. I'm Nikhil, co-founder and CEO of Predicate. Thanks, Yaya. And thank you, everyone, for being here, and thank you to the SEC for hosting this as well. All right. So what I'll be talking about is on tokenized securities, right? We're at the SEC, so I thought it would make sense for us to talk a little bit about how that might be possible. All right, so I think some of the core fundamental pieces really for how we should be thinking about a tokenized securities market in the first place when it comes to blockchains is first, of course, it being issued on a blockchain, right? That's where we have to start from. Another part is essentially smart contract enablement. Right, so the ability to actually have programmatic execution for a transaction requires smart contract functionality when we think about a marketplace. You also need observability, which of course can run counter to what we're talking about from a privacy standpoint of how do you actually ensure securities in which there might be some observability that's required as necessary to meet securities obligations. And then of course the last piece is around how do you actually set rules for who can interact with the primary market issuance of a securities market. And so it actually comes down that privacy is critical for the adoption of tokenized securities. And I think folks have actually already been talking about this the entire time, right? So how do you keep trading strategies to be proprietary? How do you ensure market integrity? How do you prevent front running? And if we look at live blockchains that enable full privacy, it would be folks like Aleo, as well as Canton. But then I think this is where we have to start really thinking about the more complex part, right? So a regulated market, if you're going to build tokenized securities, really requires permissionless infrastructure. And I want to emphasize that. If everyone walks out of this room and thinks that, oh, great, you should have tokenized securities on a fully permissioned system that is centralized, that would be the wrong takeaway from this talk. The real thing here is actually that it should be built on permissionless infrastructure. And there's a reason for that. And I think some of this text got disappeared at the top. But the first part is that when we really think about it, permissionless infrastructure allows for interoperable liquidity across jurisdictions. Really what we're talking about here when we talk about blockchains is a global system, right? It's not one that is centered around one specific group, but rather how do we have an entire system that is able to operate globally? No different from HTTPS, as Ko talked about. That only works if you have a permissionless system. The other part is we've talked about the importance of self-custody. And again, a permissionless system allows for that. And then lastly, the programmability, right? So when we think of programmability, it is really for the aspect of open innovation. The moment you have closed systems, you don't allow for that open source innovation that is really where blockchains shine. And this is the same for decentralized finance. So it's an important point here to consider that it's both about blockchains as well as a decentralized finance. And so examples of this in real life are Ethereum, Aleo, Uniswap, Aave, a lot of these different groups that are building both open blockchains as well as open financial infrastructure. So then when we turn to securities, how this can actually work for securities is custom interoperable applications that operate on top of permissionless infrastructure. You're not replacing them, but rather you're thinking about how you can build on top of permissionless infrastructure that sits there. The best example of that is actually what Uniswap allows you to do. So that you have the Uniswap protocol that is a permissionless decentralized exchange. And then they built systems called hooks. Hooks allow you to set custom requirements for new types of applications that sit on top of the Uniswap infrastructure. And that's really important because now you can have Uniswap that I can go and use for a different use case that has nothing to do with securities. It can be entirely for commodities. A different group in India can use Uniswap for a completely different use case. And then someone in the United States who's thinking about securities can use Uniswaps for their specific use case without affecting me or that developer or that organization in India. That's really important. And then the same thing you can do, given that you have open source technology, is when we talk about a new application, you can also fork that code and create a custom implementation. And so a really good example of that is what Aave has done with Aave Horizon. Aave Horizon allows for securities to be used within their system, but it is a separate instance. And so other groups that have been using this type of infrastructure is Denari, for example, on tokenized securities, as well as Plume, who's building custom vault infrastructure as well. So again, the important part here is all this operates on top of decentralized infrastructure. And so how this works, to actually show a diagram, is here you have a front end, and then you have a USDC paired with a tokenized security, which sits independent of an Ethereum USDC pool, which can sit independent of a Solana USDC pool. So again, these can all coexist, all of this because you have common infrastructure. If you don't have common infrastructure, this breaks down. Then we get into the next part. So how do I, if I'm creating a tokenized securities market, set rules for, hey, certain users should not actually be able to access this because they need to be accredited investors. They need to be an approved institution. And so that's when you come into programmable policy infrastructure, which is where we specialize as well. And so this can also sit on top of DeFi at a smart contract level. And so here, essentially, you have a financial application that utilizes policy infrastructure that sits off of the blockchain, that is called via an API, and then it's enforced at a smart contract level. So every transaction is enforced to ensure that only an accredited investor can go and buy that tokenized security. So when you pair that together from the earlier image, you now have a specific USDC tokenized security pool in which only accredited investors who are, KYC or KYB, have the appropriate requirements, are allowed to buy a certain volume, all of those things. You're able to essentially set those requirements. And again, this has no effect on the Ethereum USDC pool or the Solana USDC pool. And then the last part here is actually when we think about the different identity systems itself. And so this is where there's a really unique opportunity when we think about the fact that you have zero knowledge proofs and the fact that I shouldn't have to disclose all of my information at once, right? So my investor accreditation is something that I should actually be able to provide via zero knowledge proof. I should be able to show that I'm over a certain age. I have various requirements met. That can be paired with zero knowledge proofs. But then there's going to be plenty of things that don't involve zero knowledge proofs, or there'll be certain organizations that say, look, like you have certain information, we're going to store that privately. And I would imagine many fintechs might be thinking of it in that world. And so again, you should actually be able to pair both on-chain zero knowledge proof identity as well as off-chain data systems together. And then the last part, of course, is, again, you have data sitting on a blockchain as well. If a user has self-custody over that, they should be able to provide certain proofs of that information. Again, all of these pair together to be able to say, hey, look, I am someone who has a right, who has the ability to be able to buy this tokenized security. And an example of a group that's been doing that recently is someone like Aztec, who has incorporated both zero knowledge proofs as well as off-chain systems for more regulated activity. So all of this, again, is real. It's not something that's theoretical. This has all been done. And so then we can pair that with another diagram, of course, here, which is I'm an investor who has a wallet. I go on a front end and I said, hey, I want to buy this security. And I need to go and submit my investor creditor information. I can do so. And that could be either I already hold a zero knowledge proof of it, I can generate that, or the asset issuer, the broker dealer, can say, submit your company information, right, to show that you are based in the United States, that you meet our requirements. And if they do that, they're then able to go and say, let me go and buy this asset. And so that's when you can actually pair all those different pieces together, which is you can start from the beginning, going from no accreditation to getting accreditation, having the right requirements, and then being able to participate in an on-chain securities market to be able to buy a tokenized security, all while ensuring that it operates on top of a permissionless blockchain in a privacy-preserving manner. And so to recap, adoption of tokenized securities requires privacy. It's absolutely essential. And it requires permissionless rails. None of this will work without that. And I think the other part here is that we have the opportunity to be able to utilize more and more data that is self-contained, that is held by us for privacy-preserving reasons, but also to be able to incorporate any other data that is not quite there yet, for things that are not fully private, that sit within centralized data companies. Those can also still be available. And lastly, all of that can be paired together for real-time enforcement in a programmatic manner. And all of that is possible today, in which we can have on-chain privacy and programmable compliance in order to unlock real-world adoption of tokenized securities. And so with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. And to round up our speakers, let's bring up Wayne Chang. And Wayne is founder and CEO of Spruce ID, whose mission is to let people control their identity and data across all their digital interactions. So Wayne, we're going to let you round up the speaking, and then we'll have Q&A and prepare for the next segment.
Thanks. Super grateful to be up here. Thank you so much for the task force for having us. I'm going to be talking about a lot of these components that we went over about the next generation financial system. Why is this important to Americans at all? Well, I think that making sure that everyone has access to an opportunity to prosperity is critical. It solves a lot of problems, and it can revitalize the middle class and a bunch of things important to Americans. So I think that ownership is one of the fastest ways to that and the most tenable ways to that. So if we can reduce friction around that and also get rid of all the fraud, all the waste that we see in terms of money going to bad actors and all these other areas, right? This is why it's really important and why I'm grateful to be here. So basically, we want to have systems that are secure. We want them to be usable. We want them to be accessible for people so that you're not discriminated against based on things that are protected, like your age, your beliefs, et cetera. It needs to work for everyone. And also, it needs to be seamless. People have learned to expect a certain level of user experience. To be able to use your phone and pay for things, everyone has that experience, right? Why is it so antiquated in other parts of the system? This is a big opportunity to modernize how we do business. And I think that there are bigger security problems related to how the financial industry and just in general identification works. A lot of these have to do with identity. You've heard that over and over again about digital identity. And think about how collection happens today, right? If you are trying to open a bank account, sometimes you have to hold up your passport to the webcam or your driver's license. You might even have to do that for fast food delivery or anything else that you do in the world, right? So a lot of the protections that are built into the physical identity cards are not meant for the digital world. The holograms that flash when you move the card around, how it bends, all the other features, right, that are built in for physical in-person inspection, that doesn't work when you're just taking a static image picture over a webcam, right? So a lot of these models can now also be generated by generative AI. So AI can generate a picture of you holding your driver's license or your passport, right? So it's really hard to understand if that's authentic or not. And I think that even worse, a lot of these things are collected in one central place, right? Only to be hacked. You can look at the news articles about how pictures of passports, driver's license, and et cetera are all just revealed on the dark web because someone got breached, right? And all that data just went out there. Now attackers and fraudsters can use that information, create synthetic identities in your likeness, and ruin your credit or any of these other horrible things, right? So the model was basically adjusted from a paper in-person world, and we've overstretched that to the digital world, right? So as part of modernizing the financial sector, we have to look at what do we build that AI can't destroy when used in the wrong hands? And with the proliferation of open source models, the wide availability of compute through AI factories, it's going to get more and more severe with these attacks, right? So we have to build the new world on security mechanisms that AI can't break. Things like cryptography, things like humans showing up in person, things like liveness tests that are provably resilient against AI. These are all considerations that we have to bring into the modern financial system, and also we can do so without overexposing people's privacy. There's no reason why you have to give every single facet of data when you're applying for a financial account, an investment account, or anything else. It can produce a lot of friction and a lot of over-collection, or even opportunities to discriminate based on attributes that are not relevant to banking or buying a financial security or things of that nature, right? So what are some pathways ahead, right? I think that it's also important to call out that this is reminiscent to the Office of Personnel Management hack that happened many years ago, but is still fresh in the memory of a lot of privacy advocates, about how a lot of background checks for federal employees were basically compromised and exposed. I think that we've seen companies have a good track record of managing private keys and cryptographic keys, but whenever we start to put a bunch of data into one big silo, it seems that inevitably gets hacked. So is there a way, are there architectures that we can use that don't require that? So I think that there's a way that we can achieve this through giving the user more digital autonomy. We want, instead of people basically logging into platforms that are big silos controlling everything about them, that the platform asks the user, what data can I access? And the user has an opportunity to consent and understand what the terms are for that data to the right policies, right? And it's really important that the tech and policy work in tandem. I'm going to be showing you some examples of what this future could look like and how it relates back to a lot of these networks that we've been talking about. One example is our partnership with the California DMV. where we have implemented the mobile driver's license to be a privacy-preserving digital identity that is controlled by Californians. It's provisioned to their phones. We issue the identity to the user. They choose which wallet they want to use, so you give the user more choice. And we put a lot of provisions there to make sure that it is surveillance-free and fully controlled by the user in terms of the ability to disclose data to the counterparty. Recently, the community colleges in California has announced their integration with the DMV wallet to give students access to benefits and other programs through this streamlined digital mechanism. Much more secure and convenient than trying to hold your driver's license up to the webcam and think about trying to scale a program to millions if you're requiring everyone to come in person, right? So this is about efficiency, this is about lowering fraud and streamlining the process. So this is what it looks like, just in case you want to see what some of the innovation in digital identity looks like. Please play the video. So you're at the community college website. This is a test credential only, and you're able to basically disclose the fields to the website for purposes of identity verification. Very fast if you think about how much you spend time on, maybe you've seen your kids use the Common App or fill out all these different forms for college applications, right? If we make things digital and convenient and secure and also privacy preserving, right, this gives us an opportunity to really streamline that while preventing a whole bunch of fraud and over-collection risk. Onto another example, you need policy to go with the technology. So Utah is a state that's been leading on the policy innovation for privacy and also digital identity. Earlier this spring, Governor Cox signed into law Senate Bill 260, which talks about state-endorsed digital identity. It basically says that the state doesn't issue your identity because whatever the state can issue, it can take away. However, the state may endorse your identity in a way that is useful to you if you meet its requirements. And you can take that endorsement and do identity verifications and meet compliance requirements to basically be able to go about the world, right? So that model works a lot for people, and it is also very strongly aligned with a lot of the recommendations from the ACLU for digital identity programs at the state level, including the right to paper or plastic credentials. If you don't want to use the digital system, it's not forced onto you. If you want to be able to use it, it's not going to track you. Right? So these are constitutionally based protections in Senate Bill 260 that became the state code earlier this year. It binds all future digital identity programs in Utah. And many other states are interested in this model. And it is not one-sided. It's basically across the board. A lot of people think that this is a good model, and we're starting to see this policy innovation come about. We have all the technology that we want to protect privacy, but unless you have the backstop of policy to make sure that is the law of the land, it is really hard to ensure that people actually have privacy. This is an example that we demonstrated at the State Endorsed Digital Identity Summit that happened earlier this year at Utah Valley University. And we played the video, please. So in this example, you're going to use your state endorsed digital identity to open a bank account as part of FinCEN's customer identification program requirements. This is a flow that involves having email verification, SMS verification. One day we'll all move to passkeys, but we're not quite there yet. And then you'll also be able to enter your social security number, which is a requirement for banking at least. And at this next juncture, basically the old way to do it is upload these JPEGs of your documents, right? And then someone reviews it and everything, right? But the new way is to just have a secure session where you're able to transmit the selectively disclosed fields, right? As you heard about, it could be using zero knowledge or more traditional techniques, letting the user choose which wallet it comes out of and have the optionality as to what they disclose or not to meet the compliance requirements. And when that gets sent over, there's a digital signature that cannot be forged by AI, right? So that helps secure information get to the recipient that can then use that as digital evidence, right? So we're hoping that this can be seen as documentary evidence as part of the Bank Secrecy Act, because we believe that this is going to produce a more convenient, faster, and more fraud-free experience. So all this combined, where we have this growing momentum across the technology innovations, which, by the way, are in over 17 states. There's a website called MDL Connection that you can go to and see all the active digital identity pilots. We have the policy as well getting figured out so that it is constitutionally based protections for use of digital identity. And we have a lot of the use cases, especially in the digital assets ecosystem, as you've seen here today, that require identification, right, in a streamlined manner. So all this puts it in the right direction. So what do we need from here, right? Well, fortunately, there's a body of work that I think is very important to bring up at NIST, the National Institute of Science and Technology. They have a program called the National Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, where they literally research how do we use digital ID for purposes of banking KYC, access to healthcare benefits, and also government benefits more generally. Right? Those are, I think, the 3 research tracks. I recommend looking it up. I think that work is a collective effort. In the first research track with financial institutions, it was financial institutions talking to tech companies, talking to regulators and NIST itself. How do we find the best practices for industry there? And I think that it is a shoo-in for the digital assets industry for us to consider the work output from that group. I think also ensuring that we're able to get accurate numbers on fraud is critical, so we know where to apply a lot of the different research and techniques. So allowing for Treasury to collaborate with more technical institutions like NIST and come up with joint recommendations would be a really great way, I think, to lever the existing work that has happened and the great momentum we're seeing across the different states, because identity is being driven by the states, and I think that is the way that it will be in this country. I think it's better to keep it decentralized. It's harder to attack that way. You don't have one silo with everyone's identity that can be either misused or it can basically be compromised by adversaries, right? By keeping it more spread out and having it federated at the protocol level seems to be a much better approach. And finally, here's an example about the future that's possible, where we're talking about disaster relief payouts after, let's say, a hurricane or some kind of natural disaster happens, right? Let's play the video. And you're trying to get funds to people who need it, who need to buy basic necessities, right? What are ways that we can do that without opening the doors to massive fraud? A lot of these same protections can be used for financial securities to increase ownership of assets for Americans. So in this example, you see a web form, a very nice one, but it is pretty onerous to fill out all those fields, right? You have to put all your information in. You might have 2 dependents. So if you have kids, then you might need extra funds to make sure that the whole family is okay, right? And you might have some other important information like proof of income that they're requesting, right? So when we move to a world with digital wallets that are controlled by users, and they can basically share what they want to decide, you can scan that. You can choose what wallet you want to use for the experience. And you're able to see all the data before it goes out. Who's getting it? What framework is it being released under? For example, privacy framework in California or somewhere else. And being able to understand where the data comes from. When you have privacy-preserving digital credentials that are your driver's license, your W-2, your birth certificates for your kids, all in one place that is not surveilled, and you can choose how to share it, right? You can really breeze through these processes without incurring the fraud risk. So being able to get to that point, and you can basically receive the funds how you pick. We saw a lot of great infrastructure talked about today for networks that allow for privacy, right? You could get stable coins out of this. If you want to meet obligations for virtual asset service providers sending assets, you might have to go through these checks. But getting them through a stable coin could be a really fast and expedient way, right? So that you can have it right away and start spending it. So basically, we have an opportunity to modernize the financial sector using these technologies, policies, thoughts that basically extol American values, right? So I think that by combining this and understanding what is the interface that's going to be seamless, it's going to be secure, it's going to have the right kind of protections built in, right? That is how I'm hoping to move forward. I'm very optimistic. Thanks.
Thank you, Wayne.
Well, we've heard from our speakers, and we want to give the audience a chance. We've got a few minutes before we break. If you have a burning question, feel free to. We've got mics in the audience, in the aisle. So now's our time to hear from you. I know I've asked a couple of questions. Anything that's burning, please do come up, and we will hear your question. And I see someone. Oh, I thought someone was just walking to the side, but please feel free to come on up. And our first person, yes. Do you want to say where you're from? Your affiliation? Is that mic working over there? Maybe you might have to press. There we go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Kristen Bose-Hayes, formerly of FinCEN, and my question is for Zuko. I was just wondering if you could speak to Zcash's efforts to meet regulatory obligations like the travel rule around things like messaging fields or shielded transactions or viewing keys or things like that, and whether you think maybe there's an opportunity for regulators to actually ask more of developers around, privacy enhancing technologies via regulation, if there's an opportunity there, and whether you think your efforts have been a success. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll try to answer. Turn it on. Press. Oh.
Okay, how about now?
Yep.
That was a big question. I'll try to answer one part, at least. You asked, can regulators ask developers to do more? And I really like that question because I'm a developer who's written a lot of software, like uploaded it to the internet. But nowadays, Zcash isn't under the control of the developers anymore. It's under the control of the users. It's like Bitcoin, you could ask a Bitcoin developer to write some Bitcoin code that would do something different with Bitcoin. Maybe it would raise the 21 million cap to 22 million. You could probably get a developer to do that, especially if you paid him, or if you're a regulator and you ask him to do it and he chose to comply. But you can't get the Bitcoin users to run that code. And so it is with Zcash. I can write whatever code I want, but I can't get the Zcash users to run it. I don't know if that helps, but that's my honest answer to that part of your question.
Yeah, what about, and I think maybe the question goes to others on the panel as well in terms of, well, what is happening, right? Is this a black and white issue, an on and off issue? Because it seems like what we've talked about here are varying ways to address risk. So I don't know if anyone wants to jump in.
Yeah, I'll say if the asset is run by the users, then I think, Zuko, you're completely right. If it's a different type of asset, let's say it's a bond issued by a corporation or a government, then a regulator can go see that issuer because there's a specific issuer. I think there's a major difference between a kind of issuer-less asset and an asset issued by a given entity. I think the question follows more the asset issued by a given issuer, and it's more challenging for an asset that is issuer-less to be followed the same regulation.
Yes, Jill, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe I'll just add that at least my experience of building these types of products in the space, most of the time you are interfacing with, ironically, a sort of intermediary. So, if you're building a new blockchain with a new asset, you might be interfacing with the likes of Coinbase and exchanges who are giving you guidance on what they'll need in terms of things like view keys. And, if you are, I would imagine, a product like Canton serving many enterprise customers, you'll probably be interfacing with them. And I think that there is a huge opportunity for net new products being developed today by developers. It's less relevant perhaps to things that have been existing for the last 10 years, but for the likes of FinCEN and regulators to engage directly with industry, certainly, instead of us having to kind of rely on what exchanges or other parties are telling us.
Other questions from the audience? Okay, gentleman sitting down right there, come right up.
Hello, I'm Charlie Chen from Taiwan Anti-Money Laundering Virtual Asset Association. So I have a question for Ko. So you mentioned that kind of a futuristic way we can balance compliance and privacy through like smart privacy. Like, so the smart contract deployer can deploy like measure to control this risk, to mediate this risk. But I want to ask more about like realistically how to actually managing these deployer to make sure that they implement sufficient parameters to prevent illicit players. Do you think it's rely on the regulator to kind of check on individuals, or it's rely on the infrastructure deploy to make sure that people deploy smart contract on the blockchain can be compliant with these regulations? Thank you.
I think it's going to be a combination of both, right? The developers, the businesses, the companies that are deploying the smart contracts, they need to understand their left and right lateral limits, so there needs to be some sort of guidance. But like I said in my speech, or my presentation, or my discussion, I guess it's not a presentation here, as you see, the key to all of this is programmability. When you have the ability to program smart contracts, you can meet whatever requirements are pretty much asked of you. And I think this kind of gets the question, or the previous question, the main difference in the state of Zcash is that it doesn't have programmability, right? You kind of get what you get. You can either get a shielded transaction or a transparent transaction. But on platforms or blockchains like Aleo, you can define whatever parameters that you need to in order for your risk mitigation requirements. I mean, and I guess, you go for it. You can talk about what we're doing.
Yeah, I can chime in a little bit on this as well, given our work with Aleo. So I think speaking also to the earlier question that was answered, if you have a centralized organization that's building on the Aleo blockchain or building a smart contract-based application, then the question is do they have the tooling to be able to go and enforce their specific requirements that they need for risk management purposes? And so then it's on other organizations such as ourselves, like at Predicate, where we build that infrastructure, allowing for centralized organizations, asset issuers, fintechs building financial products to be able to enforce those requirements within their smart contract infrastructure when they use a blockchain like Aleo.
So may I ask a follow-up question?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So for a lot of on-chain-like investigation, so for example, you say programmable, which I notice usually it will connect to, let's say, using like TRM or Chainalysis data to ensure that there's no illicit players that using the, through a smart contract. However, if slowly there's more and more privacy-based blockchain, does that kind of in a bigger scale, basically all these on-chain intelligence company, they cannot kind of hard for them to collect data anymore. Does it slowly decrease the ability that we can prevent illicit player to use in your environment?
Is that a question for me?
For everyone, I think.
Sure. I think you're correct in some capacities, but as I said, there's no playbook for this, right? We're at the leading edge of the leading edge when it comes to this type of technology. And so what we're seeing as we engage all these stablecoin issuers, at least at Aleo, is that everyone is going to experiment with new techniques. There are some folks that are going to be looking at selective disclosures, experimenting with view keys. Other folks are going to require verified credentials, maybe at the wallet level, and they're just going to require to know that there's some sort of validation that the entities participating aren't on some sort of OFAC sanctioned list. As to the question of whether TRM, Chainalysis, and Elliptic are going to have to change their business models, I think it depends. I think on the iterations that are going to use view keys, then in those scenarios, there will be data to whoever has a custody of a view key, right? And so they can still do sanctions monitoring or wallet screening if they have access to that. In instances where there is no view key, then yeah, it's they probably need to find a new business model.
Thank you.
Yeah, to add to this too, so of the approximately, $300 billion of US dollar denominated stablecoins, you got to think that some percentage of that wants more privacy. And there's a ton of stablecoins that aren't on chain yet that would come on chain if there is privacy, right? So what that means is that I think that we're going to see an increase in demand for privacy preserving blockchains, and that technology will mature. and it'll get to cheap and good enough to the point where it's like a little add-on that doesn't cost you much in terms of transaction fees or performance cost, right? So if you believe in that argument, then we'll see a lot of stuff move into the privacy layer, right? So the real question is, what do we need to basically make sure that illicit finance can be countered? How do we make sure that investigations work in the new world? And a bunch of other considerations that, grateful that folks working on the technology are willing to come to the table and talk about it, right? So that's my hope, that regulators continue to engage industry and we can have those discussions on how do we keep privacy for folks while also having tools that are useful.
There's also precedent for this that's already set, right? Like someone spoke earlier, cash is private. And it's perfectly legal for somebody to deposit cash at a bank. They'll probably have to answer to some sort of suspicious activity report depending on how much money they're depositing, and they'll have to prove their source of funds, but there are frameworks for things like this that exist already today. There aren't microchips in physical dollars, right, where someone can trace every single interaction that has occurred.
Yeah, I'll add that we've been working with several stablecoin issuers and banks in the US and EU that have issued on Canton, and the technology is different, but the procedure and processes are unchanged. So their compliance department are asking the same thing. It's just that the tech needed to produce the same evidences is slightly different, and they sometimes work with some of the company you mentioned. Sometimes they have their in-house tools to extract the data from the distributed ledger in order to comply with the requirement. But the requirements have not changed, and they have to comply whether you're a bank or a stablecoin issuer.
And the last thing I just want to say on this is that these analytics firms that you're mentioning, they're not necessarily exclusive to the US, right? There are other nation states that might be adversarial, that might be developing or probably already have developed these capabilities. And so it's not necessarily in our interests to be able to have all this data exposed and analyzed and collected by everyone in the world. So I just kind of want to leave with that they can have chain analysis or the equivalent in less favorable nation state.
Yep. We've got a question here. This might be our last question. We just have a couple minutes.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
Great. Yeah, so I kind of have a two-part question. I think the first part is the nature of blockchains tends to be kind of global, and there are different regulations everywhere. But even just focusing from a U.S. perspective, there's a lot of conversation on illicit finance and things like that. But as blockchain and crypto gets more regulated, I think there needs to be kind of a permissioned and permissionless version of some of these things, because if you have someone that is not on a list but they're manipulating a market, the regulators are going to need to come in and see who actually did that. And anything where that can't happen, especially like as you look at now, Bitcoin is now kind of officially regulated by the CFTC. You can't go around and manipulate the price of commodities, right? That's illegal. And so how are you going to balance the need for regulators to go in and actually see who or what is making a particular trade so that they can actually do their job and prevent not just the illicit stuff, but market manipulation?
Yeah, I would still quote the analogy of HTTPS that I really liked. Internet is global, but you can regulate industries in the US, in Asia differently, but they both use the internet. So I think that the protocol, the chain can be global, doesn't mean you can't have a specific jurisdiction and specific requirement in a given jurisdiction. I think you can decouple the two, and I think you want a technology that can decouple the two.
And you also said, when you started out, you said that there's now more regulation that's coming, and what we have to keep in mind is activities are regulated. Companies that are doing certain activities are regulated. So I think the gap that we're caught up in is just that a lot of these activities, these are old activities, whether it's derivatives trading, securities trading,
trading of all types of assets, those activities are regulated, but the gap is how do we fit that into the blockchain environment? And I'll probably maybe put a preview to what's going to happen. Maybe this is actually a good segue since it's almost 3 o'clock. What we're going to do in this next segment is discuss the sort of spectrum of policy approaches, what's happening from a variety of speakers where we've assembled. This is my segue for the next segment before we break. So we've got quite a few bright minds that we'll introduce for the second segment to talk not just about this, but about the range of issues as we go from the tech, which you've seen in our first segment. You've seen these different solutions. You've seen the importance of privacy. And what we're going to do when after we take this break is we're going to talk about, okay, so how does this get real? How do we make this from a policy perspective? How do we translate this into implementation on a wide level? And I think we're going to have a very robust discussion, a variety of views, but we're all focused on privacy. And if you do come back, I promise, some of you, if you've ever seen stuff that I've moderated, there are going to be pop culture references. I'm going to bring in some movies as I frame up my comment, the conversation. But we're going to come back and have a very, very good discussion after our 30-minute break. So Samira, should I hand it over to you to tell us what's next?
Yeah, thank you. All right, thanks everyone for hanging in there. Can we hear me? I can shout. I have a bunch of kids, so I'm used to it. Well, thank you to our panelists. If we could give another round of applause to them. They did a great job. It's a brilliant group. Honestly, look them up. I know there are other questions in the audience. I'm sure all of them could talk privacy and blockchain all day long. So please feel free to follow up with them either online or in our break outside. I'm hoping that for one, all of this technological development means I don't have to remember dozens of passwords anymore, especially if I put 1, 2, or 3 exclamation marks at the end of each one. And I want to thank all of you who came in person today. I grew up in Michigan where even if there's a foot, wait, okay, eye contact, yeah, all right, I'll talk to you after. I grew up in Michigan where even a foot of snow doesn't stop us from going to anything. But here in DC, if the weather dips under 40 degrees, most of the city is not going to leave their homes. So you guys are especially brave for being out here. I've been having meetings across DC on financial privacy, and it's on the front of mind for so many regulators and people, and it should be. I want you to think of your day today. Did you tap in at the Metro? Did you buy a coffee and tap in there? Did you send some money to your kids' holiday party fundraisers because the teachers need presents? If you didn't, this is your PSA to Venmo the parent that's been harassing you. All of these things are places where our private information is circulated at unprecedented rates, and that allows for relatively easy surveillance of all of us. It's not only what we transacted, but where we were when we transacted. So my digital electronic footprint could tell you exactly where I've been all day and where I will be later today as well. We don't have to live this way. There's an arguably better balance between privacy and national security. Our next panel will delve into that, as Yaya previewed, and I think it's going to be a really interesting discussion. I hope to see you all there. And if you were able to follow my financial footprint this morning, you would know that we're about to enjoy some donuts outside from my favorite donut shop in DC. So please go ahead, refresh, and then we'll see you back here at 3:30.
Good afternoon. Does this work as well? Can you all hear me? Yes. Okay, great. Welcome back. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to the chairman, to the Commissioner Peirce, and to the SEC Crypto Task Force staff. Welcome back. We are going to go for our next round. This will be more discussion. And what I'll do is I'll first introduce everyone and then give some sort of framing comments to segue into our discussion with questions. I'll give our panelists some questions and we'll have a discussion and we'll open it up to you as well. We'd love to have some to hear from you all. But as I said before the break, we have assembled some very bright minds. Little brief background on everyone before we get started. Starting at the end, Catherine Kirkpatrick Boss, General Counsel at Starkware, former Chief Legal Officer of Centralized Exchange DCM and DCO, and General Counsel of a DeFi protocol called Maple Finance. She spent years as a partner in private practice government investigations at King & Spalding, and she joined Starkware to learn about the best, or from the best minds in zero-knowledge proof tech. And that technology, along with other innovation, she feels is a key to protecting individual data privacy. Next to her, Carol House. Carol House is CEO of Penumbra Strategies. She's also a distinguished senior fellow for ACAMS, a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, and Carol previously served as the lead for cryptocurrency and identity policy at FinCEN, the U.S. anti-money laundering regulator, as I'm sure most of you know. And she did 3 tours at the White House, including at the National Security Council, where she helped to architect the first ever executive order on digital assets. Next to Carol is Linda Zhang. Linda is CEO of Digital Self Labs and a visiting scholar on financial technology at Georgetown's University Law Center. After working on the regulatory response to the global financial crisis, Linda became one of the first U.S. regulators to join a crypto startup and has since worked on DeFi payments, data privacy, and decentralized identity. And then we have also, next to her, Summer Mersinger. Summer is CEO of the Blockchain Association, and she previously served as a commissioner for the CFTC. With over 20 years of experience in public policy and government affairs, Summer has held senior roles at the CFTC on Capitol Hill, and where she was as chief of staff to Senator John Thune. And she, of course, has been in the private sector. We also have Jay Stanley. He's a senior policy analyst with the ACLU's Speech, Privacy, and Technology Project, where he's been researching, writing, and speaking about emerging tech at the ACLU for over 20 years. And our last couple, rounding up, J.W. Verrett, tenured professor of corporate securities and banking law and forensic accounting at George Mason Law School, Antonin Scalia Law School, and he's a practicing forensic accountant and licensed cryptocurrency forensic investigator. I should also mention he's a former member of the SEC's Investor Advisory Committee. And then our last but not least, closest to me, Steve Yelderman, formerly at Coinbase, also Department of Justice, and he was a tenured professor at Notre Dame Law School, and he left academia because he wanted to help make crypto's promise of an upgraded financial system a reality. He's now general counsel at Etherealize, working with Wall Street institutions to create Ethereum-based market solutions. So, quite a group here, right? A lot of experience. And before we get into it, I want to say a few words. And I actually want to start from something that I heard Jill say earlier. And I want to zoom out because I can't compete with our speakers who are going to dive into the legal policy, the economic implications of this technology. But I'm going to zoom out on something that we don't talk about enough in government, culture. And Jill, you said at the beginning of the first round, you said privacy is a moral imperative. I think those are the words that you used. And I wanted to segue into this discussion with the idea that goodness in a society is a function of privacy. So I'm going to really, really zoom out because people are going to talk about the constitutional implications, human rights implications. I'm going to zoom out to culture, to the civilizational health, some might say, of a culture, of a society. If you look up privacy, or at least the etymology of privacy, you'll understand it comes from the Latin privatus. Privacy, the root, it really means to set apart, to separate. And I was reflecting on this term, this idea of what privacy really is, when I recently saw two movies. And they're both semi-old. One is very old, you probably never heard of. The first movie is A Quest for Fire. And A Quest for Fire is a 1981 movie set in, it's fictional, it's not accurate, but it's supposed to be set in like the Neanderthal period, and these cavemen are looking for fire. And something really piqued my interest is that these were hunter-gatherers, and this is accurate, that in those early days of hunter-gathering society, there wasn't much privacy. The people slept together. It was, even intimate acts often were not private. And because in this sort of hunter-gathering sort of primitive state of being with the group, being with the crowd was your security. You couldn't venture far off and alone. And this later changed in the movie. It shows that when later they figure out how to create fire, they get more cultured and figure out language. They interact with people who have language, and then you see in the movie, it's really interesting how it ends. Is that some of the characters, they go off and they need to become private. They meet with people who build houses, who have culture. So there's something about how when a society gets more complicated, culturally, not even just technically, but just socially, psychologically, privacy becomes a desired factor. And I think what we have talked about, some of what we've talked about today, is this challenge around privacy leads to tensions. In our society, the roots of goodness, it goes back to scriptural traditions, we would say. And if you think about how privacy comes even in those scriptural traditions, I think it tells us something about where our society is headed. Look at the Abrahamic tradition. Look at Moses. It was in privacy that he went to the burning bush. It was in privacy at Mount Sinai that the Ten Commandments were revealed. The Torah talks about Moses going away, right, for 40 days and 40 nights. If you think about in the New Testament, Jesus often going away from his followers, going away from the crowd to commune and to meditate and to pray and to go away from his followers. So privacy key to the gospel. In the Abrahamic tradition of Muhammad also found guidance by going away to a cave and inspiration coming when he was seeking separation away from the crowds. Because in that going back to the early days, it was the crowd, you needed the crowd. But what our culture perhaps has evolved to was separating from others has led to this idea of how you find goodness. So I want to end with this before we get into a discussion. In our digital world, sometimes it seems like we're heading towards digital Neanderthal life. Everything is broadcast. Everything is observed. Solitude is exclusive. And I think maybe this tension we have that around privacy is maybe right now humanity is trying to recapture that privacy that civilization saw that it needed to develop and to build culture and civilization, trying to be separate from the observing crowd. The second movie that I saw recently was Apocalypto. And that movie, if you remember about the Mayans and their decline, it made me think, what is human sacrifice but when the autonomy of the individual is consumed by the dictates of the crowd, of the authority? Human sacrifice could be seen as the lack of privacy, autonomy. You're doing something, and in the movie, they felt that it was more secure for the nation to sacrifice the individual. So I'll try to land the plane. I know I went off there. Where are we? I think where we are now here at the SEC with this conversation is we're dealing with the struggle. We're dealing with the fact that our lives are observed. It's essential that our data, everything is out there. We're trying to figure out how to be in solitude again, how we can live away from the crowds. And so for our discussion, I'll end here that there's the economic, there's the policy, there's the cultural. All of that is intertwined. And as I said at the beginning of our talk, we're trying to ensure that we can shape the technology so technology doesn't shape us to the detriment. So I'll start it off with our discussion, first going to something that was said. Maybe I'll sit down. I don't want to stand up here at the podium, but I'll come and sit down. I want to start with Steve. We'll start off the discussion here. Steve, you told us in our introduction here that you left a tenured position at a top law school because you wanted to help make the crypto promise of an upgraded financial system a reality. So how does everything we've learned about privacy relate to that objective of yours? And I really kind of want to hear about that motivation. So let's take it away.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the SEC for organizing this today. Thank you very much. Thank you to the SEC for organizing this today. I did leave a tenured position in academia to come work in crypto, and specifically to come to Etherealize, because I believe we have a generational opportunity to upgrade our financial system and bring markets into the 21st century. And so that's in a general sense why I'm here today, but it's also in a very specific sense why we're here today. We have the technology to do this. We have the upgrade and the unlock to make markets more efficient and to bring them into the 21st century. But the missing piece is privacy. Privacy is not an optional feature when you're trying to upgrade the financial system. It's really table stakes to bring financial institutions and broad retail adoption on chain. And it's the great unsolved problem in crypto. Not unsolved, as we saw, in a technical sense. We have the technical solutions. But I think what we're lacking so far is a social and regulatory consensus about the degree of privacy that we are going to allow users of the technology to have, while still maintaining ties to the traditional financial sector. So I guess I would just elaborate that and say, when I think of privacy, I don't think of it as merely the right to be left alone or the right to be left in your basement, but the right to participate in a public forum without giving up all of your private information, without fully revealing everything. But it's really a right and ability to selectively disclose the details that you want to selectively disclose. And right now, I think a lot of crypto users, a lot of people that would like to use blockchain, are sort of forced into a channel where they sort of have to go to a fully private mode or to a fully public mode, and making crypto markets work like other markets where this right to selectively disclose is really well recognized requires introducing that nuance and leveraging these technological tools so that you can share the information you need to share with counterparties or regulators who might need that, while also withholding information like your full book or other transactions you've done, keeping those in reserve without fully disclosing them.
Thank you. And I like that you started out by explaining that there's a need, the tech is here and there's a need for a framework. And what I'd like to do actually through this discussion is for us to get towards baby steps. What are the practical baby steps? And I think you've sort of started us out in order to address this tension between privacy and security. What are the things that need to happen? And I'll turn to JW Verrett. I've heard you argue that there is a perimeter beyond, and I think I'm quoting you, but maybe I'm paraphrasing, that there's a perimeter beyond which governmental financial surveillance has no constitutional grounding, which you say is non-custodial DeFi. What, according to you, is within this perimeter, and explain precisely what lies outside that perimeter?
Sure. So historically at the SEC has looked to the guidance of Treasury Department in implementation of AML KYC obligations for regulated parties. This is pretty easy to do when assets trade in an environment that's fully regulated. Everyone it touches is regulated, the exchanges, the brokers, the dealers. What happens when tokenized equity lives in DeFi, which is something I hope we'll see next year? I would argue I have a hard time finding the SEC's jurisdiction for AML KYC regulation of tokenized equity living in that environment. I don't see it in the federal securities laws. They all reference the intermediary party, the broker-dealer. And as a pragmatic matter, even if you could change it, I'm here to urge the SEC to reconsider looking to the guidance and leadership of FinCEN and OFAC. I mean, the fact is, in the last few years, Treasury's record in defending expansion of AML KYC is not great. It's about 0-4. Corporate Transparency Act, 0-3 across multiple jurisdictions. Big loss in its aggressive designation of Tornado Cash. So 0-4. This is a record that a New York Giants fan can actually talk trash to, right? So I don't think it's a good idea for the SEC to look to the guidance of the Treasury Department in considering what KYC AML obligations to attach to tokenized equity living in DeFi. It's not a good idea. I also don't see the statutory basis for it. And if you want to talk bigger discussion about the founders and about constitutional law, I would recommend reading Justice Thomas's concurrence in a case called McIntyre, where he reviews the history of the founders' understanding of privacy as anonymity. Boy, they were privacy maxis and anonymity maxis like me, partly because their favorite hobby was lighting each other up in the press and anonymously, and efforts to de-anonymize them were fought back, successfully fought back. So yeah, I would define that perimeter as tokenized equity trading in true DeFi.
Okay. Thank you. And we're talking. I mean, you're bringing out the question of how should regulators respond, what additional regulation is needed or isn't needed, how it should be deployed. I want to turn to Summer. You've been a regulator, right, in a previous life, and now you're leading industry efforts to engage on policy, and so you've seen both sides. And you said something that I thought I'd like to hear you elaborate more. You said history has shown that more government has never been the answer, or that's a quote that you said. Relate that to the issue of financial surveillance and financial privacy.
That's a tough question. No, I think the idea is that government itself tends to look at government for a solution. And the solutions aren't within the walls of these agencies, within the walls of Congress and administration. The solutions are all out there in the private sector. And so what needs to happen is, conversations like this, where you're talking to folks in the industry and you're learning about what technology is out there and what solutions are out there. And I think we have a responsibility to bring that to the regulators, to bring that information to the policymakers so that they know, okay, here are the things that can be done where you don't need full government surveillance, or you could, the digital identity is a great example of that, where, here you can choose what information you want to give. I think if you're, inside government, you're just thinking to yourself, I just need all this information. I really don't care how that impacts the person. I'm just going to ask for it, and they're going to have to give it to me. And I think, my opinion, that was always a wrong way to look at it, and really looking to the private sector, looking outside of government walls, was the way to figure out how to solve some of these regulatory problems and issues that come up with the modernization of finance.
That's excellent, and that's I think that's what we're doing, right? Assembling all of these voices, many of us with government experience. Catherine, I want to turn to you over on the end. You've said, this is a quote I think, that privacy technology is economically essential. I'm wondering if you could unpack that for us.
Yeah, so there's a lot of really important parts of this conversation, and one is, privacy is a fundamental right, is an expression of morals and values. And, one is privacy tech as a mechanism to enable Americans to control their data. Those are two really admirable concepts. But there's a third in that, effectively, privacy as an economic need as markets move on-chain. And, as Chair Atkins mentioned at the very beginning, we're at this point where the market finally is ready to fully acknowledge the many advantages of crypto, whether it's atomic settlement or speed or cost savings or very sophisticated cryptography like ZK Starks, which are, quantum resistant. And what does that mean? Well, on a public blockchain, everyone can see everything, and there's multiple economically important use cases that make it very difficult to move public markets on chain and have that transparency, frankly. So, asset managers, global hedge funds, other market participants, They need privacy for competitive strategy and to advance free markets. Companies may want to explore paying global employees in stablecoins for cost savings, speed, efficiency. Well, they need a mechanism to prevent all of their employees from seeing compensation data. Entities need to proof of reserves without, revealing their entire balance sheet. I could go on and on and on for the economic use cases that are absolutely essential. We've seen so much progress when it comes to tokenization or tokenized equities. We need the accompanying privacy infrastructure to support that modernization. And, the other thing I'll say is, look, we've mentioned zero knowledge proof technology a couple times. No one has actually gone on to explain what it means. And the ZK tech was very exciting to me and was one of the real reasons I joined Starkware as kind of the OGs of ZK tech, both for the economic promise of ZK for privacy, but also protective, meaning a technology that can get us to the point where Americans don't have to offer up personally identifiable information for every and any transaction. And I always like to use a very basic example of what ZK tech means. And my favorite example is there's an attractive young woman. She's 21. She goes into a liquor store. She wants to buy a bottle of wine. The clerk is hitting on her. He's making her uncomfortable. Does she really want or need to give him her driver's license with her home address? I think that use case is really impactful because it shows you that, this kind of selective disclosure can be used in and out of cryptography, in and out of the public markets for a whole spectrum of very real world use cases, including, frankly, safety. And the one thing that I would like to take away from today that is my most important action item is historically, we've gotten to the point in the United States where there is an immediate negative correlation with privacy. Privacy bad guys, privacy wrongdoers. And of course, as we've discussed, there is a degree of truth in that. But as Chair Atkins and Commissioner Peirce both mentioned, Americans should be able to use these tools without coming under suspicion. But it is equally important for builders to be able to build these tools without coming under suspicion because, frankly, at this point in time, the market and Americans need these tools.
So Americans need these tools, but let's also zoom out to the rest of the world. And I want to turn now to Linda Jiang, because you've worked with U.S. regulators and their international counterparts. You've worked with coordinating bodies around the world. And you've mentioned that the U.S. is the only G20 country without national personal data rights. So I'm wondering if you could explain a little bit more. Why is that the case and why we should care about that?
Thanks so much, Yaya, for highlighting this, and thank you to the SEC for inviting me to speak. I began my legal regulatory career, I'm dating myself, back in 2001 at the OCC, at the New York office. Second day of my job, I saw the planes hit the World Trade Center and the Twin Towers falling, and that led to Congress passing the USA Patriot Act within 2 months. And I found myself working on BSA AML enforcement actions based on this expanded authorities from the USA Patriot Act. But now you fast forward to 2025 and you see last year alone, US banks spent $5.9 billion on financial crime compliance, but intercepted less than 1% of illicit activities. So I argue that our current BSA AML regime is broken, but it's not only just broken, it also leads to a unbanked population of over 14%, underbanked population of over 14%, and around 4% of unbanked population, because it's simply too expensive to bank populations that are high risk because they're either poor or from single family homes, or if you're Black or Hispanic. And I'm raising this as, okay, we have some real issues with the regime itself, but there are also constitutional issues with the Bank Secrecy Act and the extensions that have been added, including the USA Patriot Act. So why are we the only country out of the G20 that does not have personal data rights? It's a really good question. We currently have what I call passive data protections for financial data under GLIBA and FCRA, Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act and the Fair Credit Reporting Act, where banks are required to send you annual notices about how they use your data. I'm just curious, does anyone read those notices? I mean, I personally. Oh, one person. You're a reporter, though, so. But most Americans don't realize that, okay, they get these notices on how their data is being used and shared with banks, by banks, but ultimately they don't actually have the ability to control their data. And we're supposed to be able to do that under open banking, but we actually don't have open banking rules in the U.S. CFPB did attempt to pass one, but you know what's happening to the CFPB now. Ultimately, what we really need is a baseline of personal data rights that allow us to not only control our data, and these are what I call active data rights, where it's not just passive notifications by financial intermediaries, but actually the right for us to decide what we want to disclose and with whom we want to disclose.
Interesting, and I'm sure we could get into the weeds maybe a little bit later about what model do we use. Are you suggesting we go the route of the EU? Do we learn what are the mistakes? You don't have to answer that now because I want to bring on Carol House. And Carol, I got a quote from you. I know you've mentioned privacy as infrastructure, which is something that Catherine referred to, and you say that privacy is infrastructure. It's a feature that you bolt. It's not a feature that you bolt on later, right? It's actual infrastructure, and that we have this sort of limited window to build digital systems where accountability and autonomy exist together, but we have to make these choices now. But you also said a point which is very important, especially in light of everything others have said. Too much security threatens liberty, but so does too little. Chaos, manipulation, and exploitation can destroy freedom just as effectively as surveillance. That's a quote that I have from you. I'm wondering if you could break that down and bring that into the conversation.
Absolutely. And again, thank you so much to the SEC team for convening this really poignant discussion, especially in the wake of the current look at AML that's currently happening holistically across many regulators and institutions, even with a lot of questions very pointed especially towards assessing the cost, and I'm concerned maybe not enough same measure focused on assessing the benefit, but I do think that a meaningful deep dive discussion of privacy actually brings that to bear and to the forefront. And I love this, talking about privacy, we and even I will say the balance between privacy and security, but I do think that that's a bit of a misnomer at times. There are tensions, there are naturally that exist between elements of security and privacy, but there's also connective tissue, and as a cybersecurity nerd, we know the three components of cybersecurity are CIA: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality is an element of privacy. There's a lot of mutual reinforcing that goes between security and privacy together. So it's an interesting mix of these two things and interconnections together, but there's a lot of, and even a lot of the other civil liberties that are being brought up in discussions around choice, control, consent. These things are not the same as privacy. There's a huge overlap, though, massive Venn diagrams between these. There's elements of consent that exist inside of privacy frameworks, but also elements of privacy that can end up not necessarily involving consent. And that's where thinking about a privacy framework, and I'll point to the NIST privacy framework because I love standards, because I'm a good DC cybersecurity nerd, thinking about what the different elements are of a privacy framework on identify, control, govern, protect, respond, recover. None of that points to that privacy must be attained via unbreakable anonymity. Now, unbreakable anonymity is a means of achieving a type of privacy, but then the discussion really has to be about what is the privacy that we want. And this gets into what Linda was speaking about, that I feel that there has not been enough of nuance in many of the discussions that paint privacy as a binary, and instead must be a really nuanced dissection of what information should be discoverable by whom, under what conditions, permissions, and protections, and via what process, what technology, what governance mechanisms help to achieve that. And AML is often painted as the bad guy. I do think it gets a bad rap sometimes in this. Rightfully, in some ways, there's a lot of real challenges that we have on efficacy with AML and on really addressing it in a full-throated, meaningful way. But also, there's a huge amount of overlap that exists with a lot of these protections, and even in places on things like regulation for peer-to-peer transactions. And I mean just cash. We have regulations that apply to cash peer-to-peer transactions. Sanctions and taxes are examples of them. So interesting when thinking about how does that apply in a digital version of that. And then even with some arguments that at least I feel on like the nature of different kinds of intermediaries that exist between across the spectrum of DeFi, across not just custodial intermediaries, but others as well. So I do think that thinking about what we want the future of accountability, security, privacy to look like in the future of a digital economy where we know that the discoverability is important for things like taxes, everyone's favorite regulatory framework, but also for achieving credit. Like, how do you want to achieve credit in a world of unbreakable anonymity and people can't understand you and your risk profile and relationships? What does civil litigation look like for fraud and recourse for people that are harmed? What do contentious divorces look like? These are really, really tough questions and issues, and I do think that technology, and I'm very excited because since 2018 at FinCEN, we were telling industry that we felt that privacy was the future of this tech. We did not think that public and obscured ledgers was going to be the future of finance, and that digital identity was going to be the future. So the regulators actually saw this coming. We just recognized that when you take away currently the one risk mitigant that's deployed at scale across most crypto, which is the public unobscured nature of the ledger, since programmability hasn't been leveraged enough as a risk mitigating feature, then you just have the risks of wire transfers and cash coexisting in the same asset. So that's why I love that so many of the solutions that were showcased were talking about programmability and trying to leverage this so that as we get privacy, we need to figure out what the other risk mitigants are. But I just wanted to give that kind of holistic overview on the national security side, that there's a lot of interplay, but it demands a lot of nuance that not all discussions have showcased.
And it's good to have a holistic view, and I think we're doing that. I think each of you has shown that we're looking at this as, I think many of us are seeing privacy as a part of everything, right? There's not just one, oh, that's privacy, and it's a static thing. You have it. It's what is the policy? What is the policy objective? And then how do we maintain and preserve privacy based on our laws? I want to round up our opening discussion. I want to come to you, Jay Stanley. You've been researching, writing, and speaking on emerging tech at the ACLU for over 20 years. And I heard you say once that we've got all this crypto magic. We should use it. What did you mean?
Yeah, what I meant there was cryptography, and I mean the technologies that we've been talking about in terms of zero-knowledge proofs and the like, and that I think that there is a lag between what is available in that technology. Some of that technology is 20, 30 years old, and some of it is brand new, some of it is old but hasn't been figured out how to be implemented and so forth. But there are increasing opportunities for us to have our cake and eat it too, in terms of being able to preserve our privacy while achieving other goals. And so, for example, in the digital identity realm, we are gravely concerned by the digital identity systems, the digital driver's license systems that are being passed in the states, which are not being done with sufficient protections for civil liberties, especially the protections against the fact that we're going to wake up one day, and because it's so easy to share your ID, that every website you go to is going to demand that you click here to share a digital driver's license. The fact that you can go to a bar and that you can just prove that you're over 21 without proving your age or your birth date. But what if the bar is like, no, I want everything on your driver's license. Oh, so your friends are in there? You want to join them? Sorry, you're going to have to do it all. There's real world power that that digital identity will fall into could actually worsen people's privacy, because it's so easy to. sites are not going to ask you to like do a 3D video and hold up your thing unless they really need to, because it's a big ask. But if it's just click here, they're going to ask. And so it could actually be a detriment to privacy. And more broadly, I mean, it could be used in payments as well, these technologies. They could be used in other areas. These technologies that have emerged from cryptocurrency could be used in areas like cell phone tracking. Why does Verizon track everywhere I go? It's a side effect of how the cellular network works, that they need to know what cell towers I'm near. But there was a group of people who created a cell service that uses zero-knowledge proofs to blind the provider to the location and to the data that I'm flowing. Verizon could implement, if two guys could implement that, Verizon and AT&T and the others could implement that, but they don't want to. But more broadly, in terms of payments, financial privacy is a mess right now. Jeffrey Fowler, who works for the Washington Post, went and bought a banana at Target and tried to trace exactly where that data went. And he found at least 6 parties that got a record of that purchase that he made. Target's payment of service, a point of service provider, the credit card, Visa, MasterCard network itself, the co-branded partner, anyway, all this stuff. And there basically is no way to engage in private transactions that don't have intermediaries, with the possible exception of cryptocurrency. And we need to fix our privacy, our financial privacy system. For us, our perspective is that privacy as a civil liberties issue, privacy is something that adheres in individuals. It does not adhere in companies or large organizations. If you're a company, you may want secrecy, and there may be reasons to provide, say, a funds manager who needs to prove they have assets without revealing what the assets are, or to avoid revealing your trading strategies. But those are not privacy issues. Those are secrecy issues. And I have no expertise in what the right balance is in those kind of financial transactions, and the ACLU doesn't have that expertise in terms of like what's the right thing to make people reveal or not reveal.
Right.
When it comes to privacy, is something that adheres in individuals and really means saving people from being dominated by others by having their lives turned upside down.
So I wonder if we can open it up. You all have set the stage, and a lot of things have been mentioned. I want to maybe double click on the issue of, because you said, Jay, we need a better sort of financial privacy system or something along those lines. The BSA has been mentioned, the Bank Secrecy Act, right? Our AML CFT framework. There was a quote I remember someone said. They said the BSA is the worst AML system around the world except for all the rest. Sort of tongue-in-cheek comment. You get the point that maybe the person was trying to make. So I want to open up with this question. If we're talking about the Bank Secrecy Act, what are you all thinking? Is it that a new system is needed? Is it that it needs to be reformed? Is it that it just needs to be applied to this new technology? What's the range of thoughts on that issue? Anyone have any burning thoughts like, that's the wrong answer or that's the right answer? Feel free to jump in, Catherine. You hit the dial first, so you go.
I feel like I'm on Jeopardy, I'll jump in to say one of the things that no one has mentioned today is agentic activity, AI agents, how AI is going to transform this conversation. And look, I think there is a shared acknowledgement that parts of, I'm formerly chief legal officer of a centralized exchange. So obviously we were a money service business. We had quite an onerous and very hardworking compliance team working on manual anti-money laundering, KYC, all of the related issues. And I don't think anyone is saying throw that out the window for centralized entities. Absolutely not. But the problem is, when you ask someone to send you a photocopy of their driver's license, we've reached a point of absurdity in that I could create a driver's license in a matter of seconds online using AI that's indistinguishable to the human eye. So obviously, this manual process of AML KYC doesn't make sense anymore. So there just has to be a better way. I think that a lot of people have suggested that we scrap the Bank Secrecy Act entirely, but the problem that I think we all can acknowledge is that the technology is also moving so fast that it's hard to start from scratch in a way and design a mechanism that isn't going to be antiquated in 5-10 years. So what I would like to see is more education regarding a lot of the technology that we've discussed today, and a formalized mechanism to accept usage of that technology, which is superior in its, I should say, sophistication, arguable in efficacy, because we haven't seen the data, but to have that be a reasonable alternative to what exists today. And some of the things that's preventing an embrace, whether it's entities or individual users from exploring, this as another option, is frankly a lack of regulation and a lack of acceptable standards.
Well, because I would ask, and I think maybe some people in the audience may say, okay, we just saw the digital ID presentation, we just saw all of these solutions, and you just show that this stuff does not work. Any 2-bit criminal can falsify an ID. Why is it that banks aren't using digital ID? Why aren't they even complementing their systems through this sort of technology? Let's get to that. Who wants to step in? Linda and then Jay.
Well, just real quickly, I don't see why mobile driver's licenses being issued by state DMVs couldn't count as documentary evidence under the Customer Information Program rules of Bank Secrecy Act. Why not? Why can't banks accept that? So actually, I'm throwing the question back at everybody here. This is where we should be able to start creating room under the current rules to allow for institutions to use these technologies.
Jay and then Carol.
The banks and the financial industry are actually one of the prime movers that are pushing for digital ID. So they want it. It'll save them a lot of money and so forth. On the BSA, our view is that the problem with the current KYC AML regime is that it is moving too far down into the weeds of ordinary people and ordinary transactions and becoming surveillance of people's lives. We do recognize that the government, when you start to talk about larger and larger amounts, the government does have a legitimate interest in monitoring large transactions, business transactions and the like, but it shouldn't engage in surveillance over ordinary people.
Carol.
Great. I know I mentioned needing nuance, and that I think that this has been a challenge that's plagued people that have wanted to try to re-envision AML, but have really faced a hard time actively doing it. Part of the challenge is, as an example here, for things like digital identity, FinCEN said in 2004 that digital certificates can be used in the conduct of KYC. There's a lot of things that are not a policy problem. There are some things that are a policy problem, but really getting into the weeds of what is the policy issue? What is the implementation issue across institutions whose counsel, whose risk appetite, whose whatever. Again, I know I mentioned AML often gets a bad rap in some cases, and I think in some cases it's fair, and in other cases it's blamed for things that are actually other risk appetite and credit checks and other issues, and it demands nuance. And in other cases it's an enforcement issue. And so then, is this a problem of the regulatory policy shop, or is this a problem of examiners and needing to update examination manuals? The solutions are different in each of those cases.
So and before you jump in though, Carol, if you're saying the policy is fine, it's for over 20 years it's been clear that people could use this, then still what's the blocker?
Yeah, and I think, and again, there's lots of different policies that make up the Bank Secrecy Act, and I think that there's probably a huge spectrum of views of specific policies. But in the case of KYC is also a really it is a colloquial term that refers to a basket of a lot of different obligations. For covered institutions, things like CIP and the customer identification programs, CIP does not apply to MSBs or money services businesses. So it's a mix of risk-based, first onboarding, verifying reasonably that identity is real and belongs to that human that's asserting it, and then more broadly monitoring the risk, profile of this person, and can include things like enhanced due diligence and suspicious activity monitoring, et cetera. So even that term, demands a nuanced understanding of like which elements it is that demand looking into. So I would say that for things like digital identity, there's a lot of issues that have inhibited its broader adoption. Industry hasn't coalesced around choosing which service providers that they want to adopt. There's politically radioactive issues that come with certain elements of digital identity. A lot of things get into, it depends on the implementation and industry coalescing around common standards and best practices. It just hasn't happened yet at scale.
Okay.
But I think there's room for movement.
Okay. JW, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, the presenters on the first panel are building some incredible products that are going to find great market fit in helping to make the AML compliance easier for central institutions, intermediaries that are required to comply. They'll find great fit with protocol builders who want to use them voluntarily for their own purposes. I fear the outer limits of what they could be used for. Can they lead to the sort of tyranny of the smart contract? You could find product market fit right now to try to help implement capital controls for countries around the world and stop crypto use as a way around these just human rights violations, I would say, in capital controls. You're an Argentinian and you lose 70% of your wages over a year in hyperinflationary environments, and you find stablecoins and Bitcoin as your last line of defense. Will the providers be willing to use digital ID to help implement capital controls? You could get to a lot of hypotheticals about purchase of guns, about abortion rights. Will they be willing to be service providers, see their programmable tools used for those purposes? We just coming out of Operation Choke Point 2.0, a very serious, I think, violation of rights, violation of economic rights, and it will be overwhelmingly tempting for a political party, left or right, to use programmable compliance, to use ZK IDs. I'm going to go on the record right now and say I predict there will be a Choke Point 3.0 eventually. And the tools used by the purveyors of that will be digital ID and programmable compliance, unfortunately. And that's what worries me. That's what worries me.
Steve.
Hopefully at some point they'll invent another name. They don't have to just keep calling it Choke Point. But I think I agree with everything that's been said about privacy as a civil liberty. I think also, since we're at the SEC, we should be talking about the economic case for privacy as well. I think the SEC recognizes this isn't baked into so many rules, both under FINRA and under other SROs, is that privacy and confidentiality are critical to capital formation and efficient markets. This is not like merely a civil liberties issue, but it's also really core to the agency's mission, and that's why I'm so glad that the SEC is organizing this conversation today. And if you think about the lack of privacy, forcing people into a binary choice of hiding or going into full public view, there's really a deadweight loss associated with that. And you can think about all the activities that people might not go out and do that would otherwise be socially valuable, economically valuable to them, but because of the disclosure they would have to do to go partake in something, not doing it. And I think that there's a really timely example of this right now when we have the opportunity to upgrade our markets by bringing things on chain. There's a lot that we can do under current rules and regulation, preserving existing market structure, current financial surveillance rules. A lot of that can be ported over. We can unlock huge value today, but then there's a lot more we could be doing to expanding access to markets, to getting trading happen 24/7, and to improving the financial system in ways that will require revisiting some of the assumptions that we've made about data visibility in different parts in the market and different market actors. And so I think there's a significant opportunity, but sometimes the human mind undervalues opportunity. We're more motivated by loss. So I think we should be thinking about what economic losses are we suffering by not having these conversations, by not providing regulatory clarity, and by not moving markets forward.
I wonder if I could throw out a provocative question, because I'm going to check an assumption. We're here, we're all on board, the importance of privacy, high priority importance. The question often comes up, or the issue often comes up as, as much as like when Linda said, nobody reads the terms of agreement, et cetera. There's also a situation where some would say people are okay with giving up their privacy, right? Don't we hear that? As much as people are saying, much as all of us are saying, I mean, I stood up there with the whole thing about civilization needs privacy, right? So, but
is privacy in the way that we're talking about it desired? I think it is, but how do we address this response that people often bring up? Catherine.
Again, I win Jeopardy every time. Look, you're absolutely right. Yeah. It is undeniable that many people, maybe even 9 times out of 10, if you gave them a choice between privacy or ease of UX, they would probably choose the latter. I mean, look at this panel. I think we all could admit that we have an app on our phones that we're fully aware is monitoring us, and we went ahead and maybe not JW, but everyone else, we know this app is monitoring us. We still want it. We deal with it. We swallow it. We move on. So that's why I think at this point, as much as I think that the conversation about the privacy as a fundamental right is more important, what might be more timely is the discussion of privacy, or whatever you want to call it, lack of secrecy, lack of transparency, if it's not privacy as the term of art, what we need to do to accommodate for the facilitation of a free market as assets move on chain. And that is not necessarily a retail user question. That is an institutional macro market question. But the time to discuss that is now, because I used to say you go to any type of crypto conference where there's an institutional audience, everyone is obsessed with talking about 3 things: stablecoins, payments, and tokenization. Well, as of late, that conversation has shifted to privacy, because we've now made enough progress on all 3 of those things, which necessitate some form of privacy or some form of negative implication if all of that is visible on chain. And there's also obviously pros and cons of that kind of transparency vis-a-vis, for example, market manipulation and the ability to front-run transactions. So it's also timely to consider what needs to be done to protect a retail user that might not have the speed of an institution if everything's transparent on chain. But this is a more important conversation to be had right now, or a more timely conversation to be had from the institutional perspective versus the user perspective. And the user perspective should be there as a specter.
Steve, and then Jay.
Well, I completely agree. I mean, this is sort of something that frustrates privacy scholars who believe their work is super important, and then they encounter a retail person who will trade their DNA for a gift card or a chance of winning a gift card. Financial institutions, however, know the value of their data and know the value of their information and are very careful about what they leak and how. And so to achieve this, this real market upgrade that's going to require onboarding financial institutions, we can't just hide the ball like we might with retail users. I will say, though, that I think that as builders in this space, when it comes to retail users, because ordinary people tend to undervalue their privacy, privacy should be turned on by default, and that I think that in the Web 2.0 and like the Facebook and Gen 1 social media, there was a profit motive to deprive people of their privacy. And that sort of created perverse incentives to hide settings or to make it confusing. There's a whole book of FTC enforcement actions, rooted in this very phenomenon. And what seems perverse is in crypto, there's not the profit motive to deprive users of privacy. It's not the same kind of like game of your privacy is our profits, but there's the threat of enforcement, and that like regulatory uncertainty and fear of what might happen to the developer of a tool is what's potentially making us build things in a way that's less privacy protected than it could be. And so I think that as technologists, a lot of us want to do better than we saw companies do in the early 2000s. But that ironically, it's potentially the failure of clear rules that might be pushing us in a less privacy protecting direction than private industry would be building for.
Just a bit of a note, we are going to open it up to questions. So if you're thinking of a question you want to ask the audience, we'll continue this discussion, but feel free to come up to the mics if you have a question. We'll get to that soon. But Jay and then Linda.
I was just going to say, polls show that a lot of people are very concerned about their privacy, for example, online, but they feel as though they have no control over it, and so they live with that anxiety. And look, there's a lot of issues out there, from the environment to everything else, and it's a complex world, and people only have so much time to worry about so many things. But the government's own statistics show that a significant proportion of the unbanked are so because they are concerned about privacy. And I think that even if people don't understand it, they will suffer effects if their privacy is invaded. For example, we're seeing a big discussion now on surveillance pricing, which is really where the rubber hits the road, where your data is directly used against you, against your own interests, by being manipulated through differential pricing. And so it's incumbent upon policymakers to protect people from that kind of manipulation and to help people protect their privacy. And I think the last point to make is just that I think that the arc of history is long, but it does bend towards privacy. Over time, people, eventually it sinks in, whether it's because of the pricing that they're getting is different from their neighbors or what have you. But like the telegraph companies were reading everybody's telegraphs in the 19th century for a couple decades after the telegram was apparently some of the telegraph companies were trading on Wall Street based on inside information they got and everything. But a couple decades later, we put in privacy controls. It just took a while. And so I think that we will see a similar catch up in this world.
So here, I think we as a panel seem to agree that privacy is a fundamental right, and that's a given. But the truth is, I don't really see it incorporated in financial regulation, not only today, but as soon as the Bank Secrecy Act was passed. So it was passed, over half a century ago, way before the internet, and it was challenged immediately, went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, oh, no, it's okay. It's not too bad. $10,000 reporting threshold, that's reasonably high. That's not going to violate anyone's privacy. Well, guess what? Half a century later, it's still $10,000. And if you throw that into the St. Louis Fed calculator for inflation adjustment, that would be the equivalent of around $82,000 today. And I saw the BPI comment letter. They actually calculated it at up to $150,000. That figure was never adjusted, and it's still the reporting requirement today for currency transaction reports. So whenever I send, and I'm outing myself here, but for family financial management, I send probably around 10 grand once a month to my husband to pay the mortgage, right? And so I'm sure my bank is filing his TTR. So my question here is, what is really our social value? If it's really privacy, then we should not be thinking of this as a utilitarian approach. It should really be about individual rights. And this is just a really hard adjustment, I think, for regulators and policymakers to make, because it is a hard balance between national security and individual rights. And it raises lots of questions like the runaway trolley scenario, right, where you have like 4 people on a trolley that goes out of control, and it's you save the 4 people on the trolley or you kill the one person who was not involved. Well, most Americans are not money launderers, but all our data is hoovered up. And so I am raising this as a question of, do we want to actually draw a clear line that we need to have, the individual rights will trump national security? And that's a very hard question, I think, for policymakers to answer.
Carol.
Yeah, again, I really appreciate this issue because it demands so much nuance. And I'll first just say that an observation that I do have also, again, defending AML, is that a huge amount of financial surveillance that occurs is not because of AML. It's because of monetization and data brokers and a bunch of other things that have nothing to do with AML. There is a lot of information that is collected around AML. A lot of it's collected by institutions and then held and waiting for process, and then others is just reported proactively to the government pursuant to the regulations. So it's a mix of things. But I will highlight that even just that, the fact that there's some record-keeping obligations that then are made available upon request, upon subpoena, that is a version of privacy. That may not be the balance of where people want that privacy to exist, but that is privacy not being anonymity. Privacy typically means that there is sensitive data that exists somewhere that can be discovered under those permissions, protections, and conditions. So then thinking about when do we want that to be able to be discoverable, including if the answer is never, or if the answer is all the time on a public unobscured ledger. But like, I think we all agree that it's, somewhere in the middle or on the extreme end of like, no one wants everything to be discoverable all the time on this panel. panel. But I'll highlight that I will mourn the issue that Linda brought up about the fact that there is no consumer privacy legislation in this country. We have privacy frameworks, but they're application specific and very fragmented. We have HIPAA, we have right to financial privacy and Gramm-Leach-Bliley, but like they're very fragmented. We have state level stuff. Like it's not holistic. But me highlighting the fact that there's a two-tier regulatory approach, like the fact that all this information isn't coming in on a conveyor belt into the government. And by the way, I have seen, this was many years ago, but there were some crypto companies that were hoping to offload compliance and were asking FinCEN if they could just give us all of their information and then not have to pay for compliance. Now, that was a long time ago, and like lots of maturity has happened in the crypto sector since then, because I didn't feel that represented where their privacy stances were anyway. And that was like one or two companies that I just, like, again, I don't think that was reflecting where they wanted to be. But also we'll highlight that based on this application-specific privacy approach, money is different than information, and I feel that it should be. Not everyone feels that way, including, I think, on this panel. But basically, part of why I, like, as a cybersecurity person, I demand more privacy in my information transactions. And I like using encrypted messaging apps, and that is a personal position that I take. I demand more of that in my information activity, and I understand that as a society in a higher risk activity like financial activity, that there's more discoverability, and that's not just to prevent North Korea from funding half of their proliferation activities with crypto heists and cybercrime and IT workers and massive prevailing frauds that now reach the scale of a G20 economy. Like that is we achieve a greater balance in my information activity because there's more discoverability in financial activity. I feel that that's part of the connective tissue. But again, I know that that's just my view on how that balance should look. But anyway, I'll stop.
Yeah, and we're going to go, JW, I'm going to go to you. I want to signal as we sort of get towards the end of, not the end, but almost the end of our conversation. I want us, again, what are the baby steps? And actually, I want to give you all kudos. The audience probably doesn't know this. None of these, they didn't know any questions in advance. This whole conversation, like even the intro questions, they didn't know. So all of this is live. But JW, let me give you an opportunity to respond, and I'm going to ask another question.
Yeah, well, I would take the opposite view that Carol does on the question of the role of money and the money versus information. I would say the perspective in Citizens United looks at money as speech. And the Supreme Court also looks at as anonymity as a right to speech. So it's all connected. But look, overall, you wanted something tangible. I would say, I hope when the SEC does next year, let's hope some tokenized equity exemptive relief. The SEC recognizes that privacy is an investor protection question. Venture attacks are real and they're nasty. They look at base layer neutrality as consistent with the mission of fair and orderly markets and the competition and capital formation objectives of the SEC. And I would hope they think very carefully about attaching KYC AML requirements to tokenized equity that lives in DeFi. I hope they do allow tokenized equity to live in DeFi. Be careful about what you attach, because KYC AML lives on top of the third-party doctrine, and that's hanging on by a string, because I think Justice Gorsuch would revisit that today if he could. And maybe I guess I should want the SEC to do that, because then that could be the test case that kills the third-party doctrine. But no, seriously, I would not attach too much to it, because it will imperil tokenized equity exemptive relief, because you don't have a statutory or constitutional foundation to force compliance with that regime for tokenized equity living in DeFi. That's my 2 cents.
Jay, did you want to say something?
And just a quick thing on this point. I guess our view is that we probably agree, actually, that money is not totally equivalent to speech, in that, like, we think that if you want to send $500 million around the world, it's probably in the government's interest to monitor that. But like, if you want to send a really, really long piece of speech, it's still equally protected to short speech. But the two issues are very combined, financial privacy and speech, because when you have intermediaries that are spying on you, whether they're private sector or not, that also gives them the power to censor you. And we have seen this in many ways, in which the credit card companies, for example, have censored and blocked sexually oriented transactions, such as including like the sales of a book and the like. And so privacy and free expression and accessibility are all tightly aligned, which is why I work for a project at the ACLU called the Speech, Privacy, and Technology Project.
I want to get towards, and again, audience, if you have questions, please come up to the mic. Practical steps, right? It's a great opportunity here because we're here in the house of a regulator, and this means that they're looking for insight into things that they can do with technology changing and how they should approach their policy moving forward and regulation moving forward. Before we go to audience questions, Jay, you said, we got to use this cryptography magic while we have it. I want to pose this question. What should regulators be doing in terms of staffing up or getting educated on specific expertise to deal with cryptography, encryption, blockchain technology in a way that they hadn't? What would you advise the agencies and offices to start doing? Anyone have something there? And, Catherine.
Surprise, surprise.
500 on
Always.
Jeopardy.
This is a very easy baby step, is allow regulators to engage with the technology fully.
Okay.
So there's still an impediment. As far as I know, regulators are still unable to buy and trade cryptocurrency, which is really terrible, frankly, because most of the people, one of the many reasons I love crypto is there's very few people that learn about the technology and engage with the technology and then say, oh, this is a terrible idea, I'm just not interested in this. Usually it's the opposite. They get more and more intrigued. And there's a certain vernacular that you need to understand as a kind of starting point to be able to fully engage and understand the technology. And it's very difficult for someone to do that when they're just watching someone demonstrate. It's a lot easier to learn this technology and the many possibilities of the technology for good without that engagement. So baby step, theoretically easily achievable. Let all regulators and legislators be able to fully engage.
Very, very tangible. Any other quick ones before we go to the audience? Okay, Linda.
We don't have active personal data rights in our legal framework federally, but that doesn't mean regulators can't start baking that into what is acceptable. And so I think that should be a very important fundamental principle. And then the other, that they also encourage open and permissionless systems. If you combine the two, the ability to control our data, that will allow for us to have customizable, programmable compliance and privacy. And you plug that into open permissionless systems, that also unlocks for innovation. So these are, I think, two principles that regulators should keep in mind.
JW, before we go to the audience.
What I want for Christmas is SEC no action relief or exemptive action that cites to the cypherpunks and cites to May and Hughes and Szabo and Gabe Shapiro and Vitalik Buterin and the philosophical underpinnings of crypto. That's what I'd like to see.
All right, is Santa listening? All right, we'll go to the audience. Please say who, give us your affiliation and your question. Over here. Oh. Turn on the button there. There you go. Can you all hear? Maybe you turned it off.
Better?
Yeah, there you go.
All right, we're good. Thanks, Yaya. Kyle Blige, Head of Policy and Public Affairs at the Decentralization Research Center. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. Prior to this panel, I was spending some time with my colleagues in the Senate discussing market structure. Lively conversation going on right now between both sides of the aisle of where to apply KYC and AML requirements, if any, to this new burgeoning technology. So to the panel, for members of Congress and their staff trying to figure out the perfect balance of personal liberty and the state's responsibility to engage in national security actions for purposes of protecting certain acts of economic activity, what should senators be holding in the balance as they consider whether or not any existing BSA or KYC regime should apply to DeFi or blockchain applications broadly?
Well, I know we already have some thoughts. I don't know if some people want to give a concise response just for the staffers listening to this.
Because this is a big question that's happening right now. Carol?
It's definitely a big question. I will start by just saying that I will take more actual implementation of the already existing requirements all day. Unfortunately, there's some dismantling of the enforcement apparatus and application that I'm worried is not going to be prioritizing that, but hopefully, I'm going to dare to be optimistic. If we get real implementation at the application layer, which is where most of the obligations exist right now, I think that you mitigate most of the AML risk and create some operational space for the broader risks presented by DeFi. If you need to go more broadly because we don't get compliance at scale across the industry, you either go to user, network, or protocol. I don't see anywhere else to go. You got to choose between one of those three. To me, network looks the most attractive. Others feel the answer is user. It can be protocol and administrator. A lot of different views and debate to have on that front, but I feel that those are the different layers that you have to go to depending on the risk. So anyway, because some of those serve as different kinds of intermediaries, even if not custodial.
All right. Just maybe real quick, Linda, and then we'll go over here.
So this is to add to the Christmas wish list. Can we please have a travel rule that does not create more honeypots? We have the crypto magic now of being able to send verifiable digital credentials and ZK proofs. Why don't we leverage that so we can avoid creating more honeypots? And as someone who's been a victim of the Yahoo breach, the Experian breach, the OPM breach, and latest, Change Healthcare, let's use some of this crypto magic.
All right. Let's go to a question over here on this side of the room.
Hello. Yeah, I'm just a developer, and I was curious, no one has talked about protections for developers. I believe code is free speech. Bernstein versus United States, Daly versus Younger established this on encryption in the 90s. However, even in the first administration, Virgil Griffith, a working member of the ETH Foundation, was charged under the Espionage Act, just speaking in North Korea, a public talk. During last administration, Roman Strom has been persecuted. Is there any protections for developers? Because if so, there's no incentive for any of this innovation to keep going, and it will continue to be offshored. And I believe it is a fundamental risk that, yes, we may be able to operate in this current administration, but there is no safety guarantees moving forward afterwards. And what is being done for that?
JW and Catherine.
Yeah, I support the sentiment. Last year at this time, this week before Christmas, I spent every day in prison with a defendant who mostly was charged because he used a privacy tool in U.S. versus Sterling Off. And it was heartbreaking to go home to Christmas and just know that he was there. And he's looking at 12 years at this point. I am hopeful that we see some sort of something more concrete from this administration than the Blanche memo. It's a good start, but it is not much when we're still looking at Romans going to prison. I mean, that's what we're looking at probably, and we're looking at Keone Rodriguez, who's a very principled, cypherpunk-oriented guy, is going to prison for 5 years. I think that's an injustice, and I'm hopeful the administration still has a chance to remedy it at this point with a pardon.
Very briefly, I was just going to raise, obviously, that's an impediment to the passage of Clarity, because a lot of people want to see developer protections enshrined in Clarity. A lot of crypto wants to see that. There is or was a culture of fear amongst developers, and obviously one of the things that we love to see from regulators now is a real attempt by the SEC and other regulators to say, we want to see innovation thrive onshore. How do we do that? So these conversations are productive, and I think raising it is important, because having that dialogue and understanding what are the impediments and what are the blockers to seeing America be truly number one, class A in innovation, in all forms of emerging technology. One of them is that culture of fear.
Let's go here on this side.
Hi. I'm Carol Van Cleef. I'm a lawyer and consultant. I've been in and around the crypto environment for many years, as well as well steeped in the anti-money laundering and sanctions regime. compliance regime. This has been a wonderful panel in terms of the diversity of views that have been expressed, but I have to say, I'm still hung up at the beginning of your presentation where you mentioned the 40 days in the wilderness for Moses and for Jesus, and trying to sort of reconcile that with the rest of the conversation. But I've heard many different themes here today, and what would be incredibly useful is maybe we can dump the audio of this into AI and come up with a list of the different kinds of issues and start to deal with them appropriately. I've heard comments like a differentiation between institutional sort of AML reviews and so on versus letting the little guy go. When we saw last week an enforcement action out of FinCEN that went right to child pornography and to the little guy, let the individuals, do what they want to. So I think there are a lot of divergent views that are here, and I'd love to have them sorted out. I mean, my head's spinning, and I've been dealing with these issues for many years from this conversation today. So that would be my request for today. I don't think I have a specific question, but would love to see you follow up in that regard. Thank you.
Should I do the job of the LLM and synthesize?
I can answer that one part of the question, though. All of these roundtables are put on our Crypto Task Force website where you can stream them later. Many third-party services provide transcripts of them, and we often do as well. So I do recommend pushing them into AI. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff covered. Sorry.
Can I just expand a little bit on the prior answer, the question about developer protections and developer fear of persecution? I think, of course, we should have that, but I think it's almost too modest of an ask. I think that people developing software, engaging in free speech, should not fear persecution for putting out code. But that I think also as a user of a privacy-protecting protocol, you shouldn't have a fear of prosecution, obviously, but of having your funds frozen or having your account locked for reasons that aren't disclosed to you. And so I think this kind of gets back to privacy being for normal people and not being itself a suspicious activity. And I just imagine, Venmo used to have a thing where you could switch privacy on or off when you were sending it. It was defaulted to public, which I thought was crazy, back to our prior conversation. But just imagine if you flipped on privacy in a Venmo transaction and then that immediately froze your Venmo account. Well, that was suspicious. Why did you do that? And so I think that we should be thinking about not just protecting developers, but protecting users and on-ramps and off-ramps with clear guidance and allow people to rely on this privacy-protecting technology without that in itself making them appear suspicious or subject to persecution.
There are a couple more questions we want to get to. Go ahead.
My name is Kelvin Toh, Data Boiler Technologies. First of all, thank you for the panelists, and particularly glad to see Commissioner Summer and FCFTC. And my question is, cryptos, okay, one of the regulatory challenge is its global nature, okay? And how to regulate crypto globally. And BIS and Institute of International Finance has this project Agora, okay? And 40 global financial institutions already participated in the projects. And should US kind of look into supporting that, or should U.S. come up with something different from what the global counterparts doing? Right? Think about it, because regulating crypto is a really global thing, right? And the other thing is looking at this project Agora, given this is similar to the consolidated audit trail of the U.S. SEC CAT projects, right? And the consolidated audit trail projects is hugely controversial, okay, because, there's all this personal identifiable information being collected, okay? And this personal identifiable information, even though the CAT LLC, FINRA CAT LLC, recommend, okay, now they're going to remove it, but change the name to customer reference data. Well, it's just another name for it, and when all the deleted records is kind of you can almost recreate the whole entire database of everyone's individual's identifiable information. What is that about? So the question is, okay, the panelists, how do we in the U.S. should kind of like look into supporting global, or should we kind of lead the world, come up with something different?
Yeah, and this really gets to the question. There is a social question. What is the cultural what direction does the U.S. take to address these issues, and how is this conversation happening globally? I'll let panelists, JW, if you want to step in.
Yeah, I think that's an argument for respecting base layer neutrality. I think that it protects against the possibility of multiple countries with competing expectations. Mm-hmm. And I think we should lead the world in respecting that. I also, you had referenced international harmonization bodies. They make me very nervous, especially in an environment when Chevron deference is no longer available to regulators. It's not enough to say, oh, we agreed to it FATF, now we have to adopt it at home. That's not going to cut it in the current era of administrative law. It's not going to cut it at all. And I'm not really interested in working with a global group that still uses the phrase unhosted wallet, which is a pejorative term that tells me you're not crypto native. So yeah, I would just focus on base layer neutrality, and I would ensconce that concept within the SEC's rulemaking in the first no action letter or exempted for relief it does on, or the next no action on tokenization.
Summer.
Can I just it's related to that question, but one of the baby steps that I think government could take and should take is look at the data we're collecting and figure out if we really need it. That was something that came up a lot when I was at the commission. They were always asking for more data feeds. And there were times I'd ask, does anyone else here in this building collect this data? And they couldn't answer the question. And so I think one of the things that government needs to do to kind of a step they can take towards, recognizing privacy is just look at the data you're collecting and maybe have some restraint there. Because the government collects way too much information, and it's too much personal information, and it makes just a honeypot of data for foreign actors and others to go after.
Carol.
Great. I'll at least highlight that I think that more experimentation, R&D, I think is really good in digital payments. I don't know if blockchain-based payments are the future, but I want R&D and experimentation, and I want the market to duke that out, including in other kinds of wholesale digital payments experimentation as well, that I'm looking forward to and seeing, and I think that they need to explore that, and that intimates a need for international partnerships and cooperation. We've not made the US dollar digitally available around the world instantaneously to institutions in this meaningful way. There's a lot of work in crypto on that. I want it to be a catalyst in other kinds of experimentation too, and let's see what wins out. On the privacy issue, I'll just state as an answer to the meaningful, near-term thing. What I really want, industry would come in and say, we want a sandbox. Great, we have that. It's called acceptive relief. What do you want? Write in for it. Ask us for the admin ruling. We'll give it to you. And we, at least when I was there, did not get the kinds of requests at scale on what those experiments should be. But FinCEN could also publish, here's a template. This is what I want you guys to write in to ask for a sandbox thing. Here's the project. Here's the mitigations putting in place that it's going to mitigate this risk and the obligation that I want relief from. Here's the KPIs that I'm going to use to monitor that risk and show you that my solution is going to solve your problems as a regulator better than your solutions did. Here's the amount of time that I want, and here's the on-ramp into overall approval or whatever it is that they want. I think the SEC and others could do that too. That could be published tomorrow. I think that's an opportunity for privacy-preserving tech and other implementations and architectures that haven't really been presented, even for ZKP, multi-party computation, homomorphic encryption, digital identity, all of that as a holistic framework. I think this could be done really, really quickly.
And if I could add to that, it's also, I think, important. I've seen this in conversations with regulators. It's really important that it's the covered institutions that are making these requests. A lot of times it's those folks who are working on the privacy solutions or the tech, and it's they're concerned about what FinCEN does, but FinCEN wants to hear from the regulated institutions that it covers. So there's an opportunity for partnering, for really making sure, if you're a technology solution, that you're aligned with a financial institution, an MSB, that is covered by FinCEN when you make those requests and requests for meetings, all of that. We've got one more time for, Jay, and then we've got our last question right here.
Well, I was just going to agree with Carol, and I think that there is a danger of obsessing too much on blockchain. I mean, our point of view is we need privacy in the financial system, but there are many ways to get there. You can use zero knowledge proofs to have a centralized ledger in which the ledger keeper is blinded from the transactions, and that's privacy producing too. There was legislation in, I think, 2023 called the e-Cash Act that would require the government to invest in researching bearer instruments that go phone to phone without a blockchain, without a but just allowing basically like a cash-like thing, but it's electronic. And so there are a lot of potential directions, and we just want a private system. And if it emerges out of blockchain and out of the crypto industry, great. But I think that the government should be wide searching, and policymakers should be wide searching and figuring out how we can get to privacy.
All right, our last question from the audience.
Hi, my name is Yanda Poo. I'm the CEO and founder of the Genius Room. I am a delegate for Women of Color Blockchain and also a 2025 recipient for the Inspirational Web3 and AI. Catherine, you were speaking to me when we started talking about those AI and agentic AI. So currently I am in testnet and I am working on a stack with no code, by the way, and it's in testnet. But the real issue is when I'm building this agentic AI and I'm starting to look at DATs, and that creates a semi-fungible token. In addition to, I'm looking at creating a solution for tokenized assets, real world assets. So what is it? No action request for Christmas. JW, you said it. That's my request, is to be able to build this out so that I ask questions when I'm building these things. Do I need to have a money transmittal license? And using the X402 protocol, by the way. So I really want when you talk about innovation, think about that as well. X402 protocol as well as agentic AI.
One point on that, I think that's absolutely right. Look, this is happening not just on the federal level, on the state level. We want to see experimentation and innovation from tiny builders without the threat of regulation or enforcement. That experimentation is absolutely necessary for development, frankly. The other thing that I'll say is probably on my Christmas list is, in keeping with our holiday theme, is that there's a whole slew of tools that we haven't talked about in depth on this panel. We've alluded to them. Obviously, ZK proofs being the most magical, but things like token level extensions, permissioned access layers, on-chain attestations. I think we should also be able to talk about those things and talk about that technology without fear that regulators or legislators are going to mandate implementation of those tools in DeFi, for example. Because anyone who's engaged with DeFi knows that A, it's hard to define what DeFi is, and B, there's a spectrum of DeFi. Are we talking front ends? Are we talking, centralized projects LARPing as DeFi? And there's a real fear in the space that we can't talk about the existence of these tools, which are really fantastic and should be implemented, for example, in centralized projects, because legislators are going to say, oh, those tools exist. Boom, everybody put them in. And I would like to say we need to have that open discussion at this critical time without saying just because a tool exists, it should be mandated across crypto.
And I think that's what we've done here. We've had an open discussion. It's been no holds barred. A lot of the tools that you learned about earlier today, plus the expertise of those of us who've been working on these issues for a long time. I think this is really just a great move for the SEC to put this together. Thank you, Samira and Landon and Ileana and the whole rest of the team for bringing us together. Maybe a round of applause for our panelists, and thank you. I think that's it.
But I'll be quick because I'm the only person standing between you and the weekend, and then I realized it was Monday.
You're thinking of the October 17th one.
Yeah, that probably doesn't bode well for any reflective thoughts I'm about to share, but I'll go ahead anyways. Today's conversation highlighted that Americans' right to privacy has been pretty seriously eroded. I particularly appreciated the points around retail users not prioritizing their privacy because it really underscores the point. Consumers have to agree to terms of service, to have a phone, to open a bank account, to use the internet. Each time we check the box and click agree, we realize that we are giving something away. So when there is no choice to use something that is elective, like a social media app or a streaming service or a rewards program, it might feel like when so much has already been taken from us, what is there left to give? And so we check the box and we hit agree. We feel helpless about having any privacy in a modern world. But what else I've heard today is that we can go from a privacy insecure environment, like with the Telegram or the phone operator who listened in on every call, to a more private environment, like with encrypted emails and encrypted phone calls. The technology panel highlighted that technological innovation can help us to get to a more privacy-preserving financial system. So my holiday wish is that we get there, and I think that's the task ahead of us in Washington, and I'm excited to be a part of it. Thank you all for being here, and I hope you all have a safe and happy holiday season. Thank you.